Only you can help us. And now we thank you for those in authority, in every sphere, in every department, in every area. Grant them wisdom and deliver our nation from wicked people in authority. Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them and that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation in Jesus' name.
You see, in this country, I must be honest with you, we spend so much time paying people to talk. We don't pay people to think. If we pay them at all, we don't pay them well. This is what is the problem of this country. All the mature democracies and industrialized countries you've seen, they have always found time to pay people to think and not just to talk. Because every day you get up on your airwaves, what do you hear? Let me tell you, go to Burkina. We are importing vegetables from Burkina. Burkina is getting greener and greener than Ghana is. How many times do you hear people in Burkina knocking their chests and shouting about their achievements and what they are doing? The achievements are being felt because people are thinking about the future of Burkina. People are thinking and interpreting their environment and finding answers to the challenges of their environment. Here, and I keep saying it, in this country, I analyze the politics and make projections 10 years back, 10 years forward to see where Ghana is going to get to. If we do not change and look for think tanks that can sit down to think through our problems as early warning systems, every problem that is known and has been solved in some country will always come to us as a new problem. That's what I mean by paying people to think. All the researchers, go and see Ghanaians outside this country I have met. Go and see what they have been able to do for other countries because those countries are paying them to think. Some of them are not even interested in coming back to Ghana because nobody wants to become part of a talking society. They want a society that acts and achieves results. But who do we glorify? Those who can insult each other on the radio in the morning.
Who should take the blame?
All of us. Because I keep saying when people say the media goes to do it is not the media. Does the media sleep and just conjure stories? We send the stories to them. Because all this social security, corruption, whatever you are looking at, people are looking for these security outlets because the future is unknown. Who can climb the ropes in Ghana today fairly? Even university admission. People come to their MPs to go and assist them get admission. And when a country degenerates to this level, that politicians are now involved in academic decisions as to who gets admitted, we have a problem. I was in health. I went to interior. I got all the bad press in relation to not allowing these protocol things. People didn't listen. I said, don't worry. One day when you are traveling, you get an accident and you are sent to the nearest health center. And the only person to decide whether you die or not is a protocol list who went to nations training with FFF. That is when you get to know why protocol doesn't work anywhere and why the politician should not be taking decisions on matter. Those are unpopular. It made me very unpopular.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Are you ready? You are listening to the CNG radio program of the year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Dudu na obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so kan na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposa wo no ese kusi inti yebo mabaso yes the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The same ya me kan ya na mrebi mo bono mo ye program mo political program mo asante and now come ka station ewo eye gonja enka ye program mo yabonra and na kamu kopie so ewo eye mamprusia enka mo ye na yiri program na sisi ya na mo won kan ide we gama Ekosiisen eno ano sorry that's it. Nice one. Dudu na obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so kan na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposa wo no ese kusi inti yebo mabaso yes the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The same ya me kan ya na mrebi mo bono mo ye program mo political program mo asante and now come ka station ewo eye gonja enka ye program mo yabonra and na kamu kopie so ewo eye mamprusia enka mo ye na yiri program na sisi ya na mo won kan ide we gama Ekosiisen eno ano sorry that's it. Nice one.
Mendas na memfa kunya oso enchia etifo nyina o muti Ekosiisen dwumadi no na ebedo so ase because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo and me gigi so fa Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a wuti na adwuma pa maye da be premisa amrenti memsa mamuni yo moni adwuma fo mpenifo nyina obi mamenda was na Ekosiisen adwuma nse miame pom miame pom ko mi jawa no ma be wa han mebo abaso in fact what push me pa ma at least me so ma tumbo ase a cheche nsemo a obi Ekosiisen adwuma de bia me kan wo ye adwuma bati bia wo hu oni pa etie station at this time any information and any education out the money pan na misha na me mama kwa de number kunya because adwuma mo ye no eso Ghana ni pa na me so medawase
Lawyer John lawyer akwa ba bi
obi me joso ye dawase so ni adwuma pa wo ye Ghana de eba amanyo sema ne enkomo aye difa oman hu a obi enim say obi ni Asempa Ekosiisen any number 1 enti moni adwuma
that's it you show.
This is a program that I don't miss, you know. It's on radio, it's on Asempa radio, it's by Obi, our friend Obi. I like Obi's program because Obi has a way of doing the questions when he's asking his guests the questions. This afternoon I was interviewing Napo and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And when Obi is asking the questions, he has a very innocent way.
A round of applause for them. They are doing a yeoman's job. Please get me one more chair here. Get me one more chair for Honorable Richard, the champion, who is also a member of the Finance Committee of Parliament. We have the Member of Parliament for Dudu, Honorable Nilante van der Poy, my senior brother. Yes, and the Bank of Ghana is located in his constituency. So that's the whose constituency of the Bank of Ghana. Then we have Honorable Yusuf Jaja, our Member of Parliament for Ayawaso North. Yes, we have the Member of Parliament for Garu constituency in the Upper East region, Honorable Albert. Yes, is also here. Thank you very much. We'll be introducing others as they join. So as I said, our speaker today is well versed in financial issues, former Deputy Minister of Finance, former rep of the Finance Minister in the government on the board of Bank of Ghana, former ranking member for Finance, and currently the MP for Ejumako, Enyane CM in the Central Region, and the leader of the NDC caucus, Honorable Dr. Atofos, and a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great and heavy heart and great sorrow that we welcome you to this critical press briefing. The Bank of Ghana, which is our central bank and the lender of last resort, has been dealt a catastrophic blow by the reckless, clueless, and criminally minded NPP mismanagers of our economy. And this has necessitated an urgent call to save the Central Bank of the Republic of Ghana. Many media houses, including those of you here, have in the last week covered the sad and pathetic story of the Central Bank following the release of the annual report of the Bank of Ghana for the year 2022. Everyone who understood the crucial role of the Bank of Ghana will be rightly worried about this development. It is a total disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, unless we take an urgent and drastic action, these reckless, clueless, and criminally minded NPP mismanagers of the economy have laid the final groundwork for the collapse of our financial system and the economy, which will worsen the already horrible conditions of the Ghanaian people. We in the NDC saw the red flags and have consistently warned of the mismanagement of the financial sector by the governor of the central bank and his team of incompetent deputies. This mismanagement was anchored on the jaundiced supervision by Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, who is the brain behind the MPP's economic mismanagement team. Colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, only this week, in fact last week, the annual report and the financial statement of the Bank of Ghana was released. This report depicted the catastrophic decline of the Central Bank of Ghana into a bottomless pit. The report revealed the following astonishing facts. 1. The Bank of Ghana recorded a staggering loss of 60.8 billion Ghana cedis, which is equivalent of $6 billion US. This is twice the amount we are to receive from the recent IMF bailout. 60 billion Ghana cedis, representing $6 billion US, meaning this is twice the amount we'll be asking the IMF to give to us. This simply means that the reckless and mismanagement of the governor of the Bank of Ghana has costed the nation twice what we are struggling and sacrificing to receive from the International Monetary Fund amid its major conditionalities. Colleagues, the Bank of Ghana has also recorded a negative equity of over 55.1 billion Ghana cedis. This simply means that the Bank of Ghana is currently bankrupt, or in other words, insolvent. In other words, the once prestigious Bank of Ghana, the mother of all banks in Ghana, have been bankrupted and collapsed by the NPP economic management team led by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, with the complicity of the governor of the central bank and his deputies. Friends from the media, many questions have been asked about how we arrived at this gloomy and sad situation, with some expressing surprise at the state of affairs of the central bank. For us in the NDC, the disaster did not come as a surprise. In fact, we in the NDC minority have always known that the Bank of Ghana was being mismanaged. We have made this point time without number, that the Bank of Ghana is a classic example of how not to manage an economy. The NDC party is on record to have informed Ghanaians on countless occasions that the Bank of Ghana has been on a dangerous trajectory, and indeed, it has now become a crime scene with the dire consequences for us all. Fellow countrymen and women, after the inept and cruelest finance minister overborrowed and got Ghana locked out of the capital market due to our unsustainable debt obligations, the NPP government chose the easy, reckless, lazy, and criminal path of printing money. Unfortunately, this is how the governor and the central bank, the governor of the central bank, Dr. Ernest Addison, who is now known as the printer of money, has conspired with members of economic mismanagement team led by Alhaji Dr. Bawumia and the inept finance minister Ken Ofori-Atta, aka One Program, One Bond, to destroy Ghana's central bank. After this dastardly act of overlending to the government by the central bank, they then proceeded to do the unthinkable. And the unthinkable is to write off a whopping 48.4 billion Ghana cedis, about half of Ghana's government indebtedness, to the central bank without parliamentary approval. This is illegal and criminal, and the NDC members of parliament will not allow this to pass. In fact, we will resist this. Both the mismanagement of the economy and our finances, the spectacular recklessness and ineptitude of the governor and his team has called into question the wisdom of leaving him at the helm of affairs of the central bank. We now present to you the manifestations of the mismanagement and the ineptitude and the potential corruption at the Bank of Ghana, which was revealed by the 2022 annual report and the financial statement of the Bank of Ghana. 1. The report revealed that millions of Ghana cedis has been wasted on frivolous administrative expenses. The Bank of Ghana spent a whopping 131.6 million Ghana cedis on motor vehicle maintenance and its running in the year 2022 alone. In fact, this represents 114% increase over the previous year's expenditure on the same line item. Similarly, foreign and domestic travels of the Bank of Ghana cost the taxpayer a staggering 97.4 million Ghana cedis, which again is an increase of 246% over the previous year's expenditure. The Bank of Ghana also dissipated another 8.6 million Ghana cedis on directors' remuneration alone. This represents about 87% increase over the previous year's expenditure. Directors' remuneration, 8.6 million Ghana cedis. If you are to compare this to the previous year, this represents 87% increase over the previous year. This simply means that Ghanaians were charged a mismanagement fee to deliver the collapse of the central bank. The Bank of Ghana further claimed to have spent a colossal 357.9 million Ghana cedis on banking supervision expenses for the year 2022 alone. The report further disclosed that the Bank of Ghana spent a whopping 67.9 million Ghana cedis on computers expenses alone, whilst communication expenses also amounted to 32 million Ghana cedis. Communication alone, just to meet the press, they spent 32 million Ghana cedis for 1 year, the year 2022. The report further disclosed that an undisclosed expense of 287.8 million Ghana cedis was paid, undisclosed. They could not account for 287 million Ghana cedis. I beg to ask, is the central bank the Ministry of National Security? It's only the national security that can announce an amount that is undisclosed. So an amount of 287.8 million Ghana cedis that they have failed to disclose to the auditors begs for certain questions. We also saw in the report that the Bank of Ghana indeed spent an amount of $2 million on gold watches alone. I don't know who they bought the watches for, whether it's for the governor and the deputies. $2 million only on watches. Perhaps the more troubling fact is that having brought the Bank of Ghana to this terrible financial state, the governor and his deputies have found it prudent and expedient to invest $250 million, representing almost 3 billion Ghana cedis on another head office building somewhere at Rage. In our circumstances, this is the height of insensitivity in the management of the financing of a troubled country. A country that is in a major crisis. You have decided to award a contract worth $250 million, representing approximately 3 billion Ghana cedis for the purposes of getting yourself a new head office. We believe that this is insensitive and it is not right for the governor of the central bank to go into this expedition at this time. The Bank of Ghana's illegal printing of money is responsible for the depletion of Ghana's external reserve, which resulted in the unprecedented depreciation we saw in the year 2022, which obviously is the main cause of the hyperinflation of 54.something% we saw in the year 2022. It is important to state that the governor of the Bank of Ghana breached Section 37 of the Bank of Ghana Act 2012, Act 612, and Section 60 of the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act 2016, Act 918. In fact, the governor breached the laws of the central bank, which calls for urgent action against the governor of the central bank. An estimated 850,000 people were further reported by the World Bank recently that they have this singular act of the Bank of Ghana has pushed them down the poverty line as a result of the hyperinflation that the central bank caused in the year 2022. Clearly, there's blood on the hands of the governor of the central bank and his deputies. It is now obvious that many more members of the Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia government will likely be keeping several more millions of dollars in their bedrooms and building a war chest to illegally buy electoral votes at both party primaries and the upcoming general elections in the year 2024. We will not be surprised that if members of the economic management team involved in this contest makes a strong showing, I won't be surprised at all, because clearly everything shows that maybe it's not only Madam Cecilia Dapa who has kept some money in her bedrooms. We in the NDC will continue to explore ways of rescuing this country to prevent it from the doom that has befallen several West African countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the IMF had made an offer to assist the government to develop a plan for recapitalization of the central bank. And that is why paragraph 18 of Ghana's Memorandum of Economic and Financial Policy, the MEFP, sent to IMF, stated this fact. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen of the media, fellow countrymen and women, let me assure you that very soon Ghanaians will be made to pay for Bank of Ghana recapitalization levy, a tax to recapitalize the Bank of Ghana. So as we speak, because the central bank has collapsed virtually. It is, however, our position that we have so recklessly, the government of Ghana has so recklessly mismanaged the central bank and brought it to its knees and cannot remain at the helm of affairs of the bank without being held accountable. Those who have led this reckless and criminal conduct unleashed economic hardship and financial distress on the suffering people of Ghana must be held accountable on this particular action. In fact, impunity of the highest order can no longer be tolerated by the suffering masses of Ghanaians. We must not allow this dangerous precedent to be set for future leaders. In this regards, we in the NDC call for the resignation, immediate resignation of the governor of the central bank and his deputies within 21 days from today. We are resolved to embark on popular action to occupy the central bank and drive out the team of inept, callous, and criminally minded mismanagers of our finances to save the Bank of Ghana. What we will do is that the march will ensure accountability. Colleagues, the march to ensure accountability will begin in 21 days if the governor of the Bank of Ghana does not do the needful and pack bag and baggages out of that sacred institution that he has unfortunately mismanaged. Dr. Ernest Addison and his deputies must go. There has to be an end to this impunity now. Fellow countrymen and women, let us arise and save the Bank of Ghana. This is the only bank we have that belongs to us directly. The central bank has a big role to play. We cannot allow the Bank of Ghana to be managed and be drawn to this level. We call on all of you that if the governor fails to act by resigning, you join us to march to occupy the Bank of Ghana in 21 days' time, to force him out and to force his deputies out, because we cannot allow this to continue. Arise for Ghana. Fellow countrymen and women, arise for Ghana. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, so before we do our usual tree presentation, we will take questions. Please, I know some of you just came. Let's restrict the movement. We are not done. There are very important issues to still discuss. So if you have a question here and you're a media man, only media men can ask questions, just raise up your hand, you tell us your name, your media organization, and you keep your question very crisp. Let me start with you, my brother. Hold on, let's have the spare microphone for that. So, leader, just take down the questions. How many questions, by the way, do we have? One here, only two? Two. Okay. All right.
Right. My name is Eric Mawenegbeta with TV3. So my question is to the minority leader. Is it the case that in 21 days, that's when some action can be taken? I ask this question in relation to previous engagement with the Bank of Ghana. The now ranking on the Finance Committee has had cause to raise concerns as to how the central bank governor has not honored invitations by Parliament over certain matters. And so is it because of that that you are resorting to a march instead of other pressing areas where you can demand accountability? And then lastly, on one of the reasons why the Bank of Ghana itself has explained why we are here has to do with the printing of money, as has been suggested by Dr. Atoforsen. What has the minority done? It's a critical question that's been asked because clearly you say the Bank of Ghana has violated the country's laws, and yet nothing has been done in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kweku Asante, Joy FM. Some of the allegations against the Bank of Ghana governor borders on breach of law and even criminality. But from marching to the BOG head office to demand that he resigns, what measures will they take in Parliament to ensure accountability, either to get him to answer specifically if there are criminal questions to answer, and specifically when it comes to the breaches of the law, what are the consequences spelled out? Things.
All right, is that all? Okay, so the minority leader will deal with these questions, after which we will do the tree presentation. Thank you.
So let me start with the last one. The issue of what we can do as parliamentarians. Yes, the governor has breached the law, and Section 30 and Section 60 of the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act is clear on this matter. He can only print to support government expenditure using 5% of previous year's revenue as the benchmark. Unfortunately, the governor did 7.2% of GDP, representing about 30% of previous year's revenue. So he has not just breached it lightly, but you could see that he deliberately did this. What I can say is that it's only the Attorney General who has the power to prosecute someone who breaches the law. So it's not in the bosom of Parliament to prosecute. What we can only do as members of Parliament is to hold him before us
But unfortunately, the crime has been caused already. He has already destroyed our livelihood. In fact, the act, this singular act of printing 7.2% of GDP in 1 year in terms of revenue has pushed, according to the World Bank, 850,000 Ghanaians into the poverty line. It has not only done that. If you are to go further and drill down the numbers, you will notice that this singular act has also moved a number of Ghanaians from middle income to low income. And certain rich people have now become middle income. So the governor has messed us up big time. He has imposed an illegal inflation tax on the people. Inflation is a tax. It is an illegal tax because it does not have legislation. The governor has imposed an illegal inflation tax on the people of Ghana. That is why today when you go to the market, things that you used to buy it 1 cedi, the next day you go in and you will notice that you are buying it at 5 Ghana cedis. Clearly, this takes away your disposable income and push you further line the poverty line. This is what the governor has done. We can't continue to allow these things to happen. What we are seeking to do now is to secure our country. He should first leave the scene because he has shown that he cannot stand firm for the people of Ghana. We've seen examples in other countries. We saw what Bernanke did in the United States. But what we are seeing here now is that we have seen a governor who has turned himself into a printer. He now owns a printing press. All what he does is to print money. We can't stand that. So we are asking him to leave, and he should leave now. And when he leaves, eventually we'll get a good governor. First of all, the first thing we are seeking to do now is to get him to stop the printing. Stop what he's doing, and then bring someone in, and let that person be aware that that predecessor lost his job because he failed to adhere to the Bank of Ghana Act, and that is the reason why we are letting him go. And finally, on the issue of what we have done, why we are calling on the governor, I don't think there's nothing else we can do. Simple put, the governor must go. We have stated here today that we have given him 21 days as the main opposition party for him to pack his bags and leave that sacred place called Bank of Ghana. He should leave. 21 days because we think as a governor he will need at least 3 weeks to hand over properly. So we are being charitable. We've given him 21 days. He should immediately pack his bag, write his handing over, and leave the central bank. If he fails to leave the central bank, we are urging you all, the media, fellow countrymen and women, NDC, even MPP, they should join us. Let us occupy the central bank and ask the governor to leave the scene because he can't continue staying there. He has shown that he's incompetent. He doesn't care about livelihood of the central bank because clearly he has failed on the constitutional mandate of price stability. He single-handedly, working with his deputies, has run the central bank down. As if that is not enough, knowing that the central bank has collapsed, he has further gone out there to decide that he's going to build head office worth 3 billion Ghana cedis, 250 million US dollars at this critical time. So clearly, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. We all know what he has done. We saw how he has mismanaged our resources. Bank of Ghana's resources. I don't think he will manage his business the way he has managed. So our friends from the media, it's clear that the central bank governor must go, and he will have to go now. 21 days start taking today. He should go. So help us in counting. In fact, Same, you have to assist us to do the countdown. We have to count down when the governor must go, and he must go now. Thank you.
Yes, before we do the tree presentation, let me acknowledge the presence of the Member of Parliament for North Tongue, Ranking Member for Foreign Affairs, also Ranking Member for Scandals. The son of man, Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, is here. And we have the Member of Parliament for Adaklu, our Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Kwame Abuja, is also here. Our former Director of Elections, former Deputy General Secretary, former Minister of Sports, Honorable Elvis Ankra is also here with us. With regards to what would the MPs do if the Bank of Ghana fails to resign, I would just want our Minority Whip, who is in charge of whipping
the entire minority caucus to just say a word or two about that before we proceed.
Yes, thank you, Sami. And I think leader's position is quite clear. The Bank of Ghana is in crisis. It's self-inflicted. And this is orchestrated by President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia's government. When they fail to manage the economy, they basically turn the Bank of Ghana into a printing press, printing more money. The responsibility to prosecute the Bank of Ghana governor and anybody hold accountable is the Attorney General. But which of you here believes that Godfrey Dami is going to prosecute any member of President Akufo-Addo's government? It's not going to happen. But I can assure you that apart from the fact that the governor fears appearing before Parliament, in fact, he doesn't even like appearing before the Finance Committee of Parliament. He thinks he's only accountable to President Akufo-Addo. And the last time we needed to remind him that even the Finance Minister, upon all his escapades, it's forced sometimes to appear before Parliament. So if the Finance Minister is bigger than you, how dare you not be able to appear before Parliament? Let him understand he is accountable to Parliament. And the 21 days is a long grace period. Which of you will believe that a Bank of Ghana in this level of crisis, self-inflicted, will be building a $250 million new headquarters? In fact, those of you who know Ridge Hospital, when President Mahama had the opportunity to lead this country, he built Ridge Hospital that you and I can use today. Right opposite of that hospital on the right-hand side is Bank of Ghana new headquarters, as if something is wrong with the old headquarters. You are broke, you have actually collapsed the economy. The next thing you do is to award a $250 million project. And guess what? That project is one of the fastest going projects in this country. Not hospital projects, not education projects, not road project. The fastest going project in this country is the construction of Bank of Ghana. So how can you tell us that the country is broke when the headquarters of Bank of Ghana is going on at a speed of light? It means that this is deliberate. What will we do after the 21 days? They shouldn't try us. We have options, like we always say. Our options are in our head. They should not try it, because we are capable of deploying options that will get him out of office by force if he refuses to go within the 21 days. And we are telling him he should not dare us, because we have the capability of driving him out of the office with your support. Thank you very much.
You've heard the Bank of Ghana blame their financial woes and the collapse of the central bank on the ongoing debt exchange program. The minority leader has something small to say about that, so take note.
Sami, you are right. The governor in his address had said that as for him, he's done everything right, and we should blame it on Ken Ofori-Atta and Dr. Bawumia for asking him to write government debt of about 48 billion off. Clearly, the Bank of Ghana in the year 2022 made a loss of 60 billion. Of this 60 billion, they wrote off about 48 billion, isn't it? So it tells you that even without the write-off, the governor
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The actions of the governor and his inactions has actually construction of the new head office. So this guy will not stop. And Kwame said that is the fastest growing building in Accra, project in Accra, in Ghana. So he could tell you that since he's the printer, he's only printing by the day. And every minute when he wakes up, he prints, and he prints to build head office. So clearly, this guy will not learn. And that is why we are urging you all, colleagues, fellow Ghanaians, our brothers and sisters from the media, that join us in this call. It is for us to secure our country. We need to secure our country.
This is our motherland. We have no other country. We have to get this man out. Let us get a new governor and let that governor come in and learn that the predecessor was pushed out for ABCD, so he will not go there. If we are not careful and we are to allow this governor to stay in the office, what will happen is that we will set bad precedent for future managers to do same and to destroy our livelihood. He has depleted Ghana's reserve to about 1 week of import cover. The finance minister informed us that even with the IMF money, additional drawdown from the IMF, by the end of the year, Ghana's net international reserve will be about 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Is this the governor we want to keep in office? He has messed us up so much that we cannot wait to see his back. 21 days time, we say bye-bye to the governor.
All right. Thank you. So at this stage, we'll just do a quick summary of the presentation of our speaker in Twi. This is also very important, so we just
crave your indulgence to keep your cameras in position. Please remain seated. Abusuafo ayeshia wa ha se said ye de to monim no. Ene ye frame wa Bank of Ghana.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Afi etwa mu 2022 Bank of Ghana sika sem de ejina de your friend no annual report and financial statements no. Bank of Ghana auditors for years an review ni nyina wie e de won krata ababonten. Na de wom na na ya frame say yenemo bedi hu komo na magana fo nyina hu Bank of Ghana gina bre. Na ebia na ebinum nim si yaka Bank of Ghana eye adwuma yoku a omadwuma ho hia magana yie pa. Isan say ye nyina ye wo ye banks obi bank eye Eco Bank ho no save ni sika obi bank ye Ghana Commercial Bank ho no save ni sika o bank na hwe wo sika so na wo kire na opebesia wo bank ho na wokọ Ghana as on my ye bank ye banker any Bank of Ghana enunti se Ghana wa ho kire mu a ye bank ho na ye betumi akọ which is the Bank of Ghana the atoso biem so no sa Bank of Ghana yi eno na banks ahodo e wo Ghana nyina hye na se enti bank bia e wo Ghana bia so bank e Bank of Ghana banks e wo Ghana ye de sika atoto no mu nyina so sika e wo Bank of Ghana for nchen enti bank bia no na dwuma wo ye bia no Bank of Ghana na hwe so se omo be fa mra kwan so aye o madwuma yie na se bank bi so kwa ho kire ne ho ye hia mu a omuni baby akose Bank of Ghana na omobeko akopemwa enunti NDC emra na yewura president Mahama wo akonwa so no ye de betumi aye bia se Bank of Ghana benya anwode na ejina brane enunti ye fra akonwa so 2016 Bank of Ghana for omubu omonkonta na omanya mfaso about $700 million oma amoka under president Mahama omunya mfaso in 2016 na enam president Mahama ne Bank of Ghana mpenyimfo samre no Dr. Nasiru Dr. Siamanom omunyuma panti no Bank of Ghana enya sika krati mi bisi ayaresa bia kese e na okọ cantonment a ye wo Bank of Ghana Hospital emra fofianto ata yareboni coronavirus ebeto ye so ani yenya baabi mfa no eye sa Bank of Ghana yi a the nation builder Yura Mahama ne Bank of Ghana for see no and a boa woman no. In fact, ye share Bank of Ghana sika same year momu yo madwuma kama samre no yura to force ya mote na no kasa enche bia no ono na esi NDC amanyokuo ene aban na nam e wo Bank of Ghana board so. No moto to nyema ye ma 2016 enyuma pa bebreba mampanyi Mahama aban ye nyina no ya nye besia kapre not even 1 cedi or 1 peso from the Bank of Ghana. Bank of Ghana entwe sika 1 cedi amaye eno ne yefra no zero financing from the central bank. Na che say yefra konwa so no na Bank of Ghana no ejina ne nanso ehie. Na we na yekoto aba wie ya yan konkote a omanpanyin Akufo Addo ne na bedi eche ba wumi ase empanyimfo a yewura mahama power mo omutumi siesie Bank of Ghana sei no eye enwuma power nyina no MPP for de so omutumi ne omunya adwuma enti mo be kai omotata Dr. Nashiru, even though the governor and his deputies have security of 10-1 no omotata omoka so omutumi ne omunya adwuma e mo resign e no munim di omopeso moye no munim sikadi a omopeso moye enti e wo se ye de mpanyimfo a omo betumi aboa masa sikadie na koso no de kotena ho nti omo ye sa nwuma pama Bank of Ghana fa no ntuma pafira ye nyina no monko yentimi ni munya adwuma ena omo koye enei akwakowie se afi atwa mi so ohwe Bank of Ghana enyema omo ye ne omo sika sembe bi egina Bank of Ghana no ene agu de enti agu ni se ene Bank of Ghana eye Ghana bandia. Government of Ghana is the sole shareholder. Na aban e was aban no as the sole shareholder ni nya japade a ebetumi aso bank ni mu no. Ene yesika ne japade nyina asa. Ama eka ye de no ye 55.1 billion. Eno ne negative equity a yewura ato forcing aka ho asem 55.1 billion. The atosu biem Bank no nyuma omudi no 2022 no so wosese a 2016 president Mama Breso munya mfaso $700 million Ghana cedis. Enei 2022 omaboka 60 billion Ghana cedis. So what they call old Ghana cedis are more than 6 quadrillion asem ne yeken. In dollars ebru $6 billion. Chese sika ye free IMF we ntia aban ese omo a wode wonka wontua or ye debt restructuring pensioners for esu because aban se won sika e won nche wontua taxes ahodo aban dia begu ye so all the conditionalities ye tun Kenya bom ye tun suo bom ne de keka hu ni nyina no sa enyema ye nyina sika ye de pay $3 billion per. But within 1 year Bank of Ghana boka a chain no ×2. Na obi be bisa say dia entina ye dru sa baby ya dru eno na ye wura atofo se akirem say de di kan emra aban we ese Ghana sika sem nyina turu bosia bebrebe a omobo eni sikadie basa omoye since 2017 no na se Ghana ya ye bankrupt ye ni sika ye de betu aye nka ye ni sika ye de beye bibia eno nti aban ko omo bankers which is the central bank say omo ntwe sika emfa ma wo mo na kan no na nya bone ye Bank of Ghana Act na ya ye no section 30 Emma Bank of Ghana who kwan say aban kwa ho kire mu saa omo na ya aban bankers omo tumi twa sika de boa wo mo na emom sika na amu twa no eni se eboro oha mu nchiche mu enum 5% of aban sika wonya ye nyina the year before. So you cannot exceed 5% of the total revenue of the previous fiscal year. Because the sika no wan we ye na utwa boro so bebre a ebe ya cost 90 work say the amrante ne ka no because obi a wonim sika sem bia beka cho say Bank of Ghana twa sika bebre sa ema ade a ye fa no inflation nyema bo kosoro 10 na eno so eba ne sa itua oka as adwumayeni a usika no esu ni emfaso bia because ade a na sika ni timi ye no entumi nye biem it will totally erode incomes na ede ahokyira ba enti parliament eye mbransa no mo ye no se aban kwa ahokyire mu a wo betumi abo aban as Bank of Ghana besika na wutwa no fanyansa to ho entwa mmoro 5% sebi na se o boro sa 5% ne so a governor no entwe krata nkobo Minister of Finance amane no nkobo Ghana ya nam sifu a wo mrahye bedwama amane se sika aban pese yetwa ma omo no ya do 5% of the total revenue of the previous year enunti monkyere de yenye but 2021 te said ye rato force in kan no Bank of Ghana twa sika Emma Banwe 35 billion cedis. Titisicano 3.5 trillion. And you're printing a near Cesar Mabai. But we have more. Sicado do I wasn't come with Mabai and can say a bro 2.8 billion because not 2020 the year before no. Minus the friend total revenue no 55 billion. 85% is like a bro 2.8 billion. Now they come on 5 billion be preko 35 billion. Young cash intino no money say Ghana for the omo be fintino 2022 almost omo be more. And also we charge 45 billion. And also what's the total revenue for 2021 no na 76 billion. It means say komuche sika kra ma ne bro 4 billion. And also so omo charge 45 billion. Omo charge sika ma owura bawomia kendoforia to mampenye kufuado ne MPP fo ewie ya hu de omo di sika ye ne ukrum ha afei omako Bank of Ghana for so sika na mutwa mai na ye ka bone ye ntimi ntua ko Bank of Ghana twa sika ma wo a e say de bank ama abosi ye ye ka e wo se wutua na say sika no bank ni timi nya na ade aban so ntimi ntua enti sika ni mu 48.4 billion Bank of Ghana say o ya na twa ma mo ye de achemo na busi fo sika no mutwa na nya Ghana fo sika no mu di twae sa wutwa sika wo paper ink security features I can nyina no na say aye kwa abon the omudi sika ne ye nyina so aye kwa enti sika no simply put omudi sika no omuntu minya entua sika ne nyina ahye na sadie wei na NDC amanyuko ye kase eye asem we very serious am say Ghana for be adwen ko so because eno na ma ho kira ba Ghana no last year asem we ya mpomponso anyama bo cost inflation rate cost ko do 54.1%. Ya no ma ye mbabu no aye wo ye 30 si ye hu bibi sa da DNT na ba sa e because say Bank of Ghana no ko su twa sika sa enti na woji usika wo kodwomu a entimi ntɔhwe na ye ho akire ye no ase no we na ama na ba sa na we sika ye twa ma omo a in just 2 years President Mahama betra konwa so 4 years bosia wo bo ye nyina ni mpuntu a wo ye nyina sika ode ye ni 4 years enuru sika ye twa ma Bank of Ghana twa ma ban we in 2 years enuru but omudo mo twa bro edi abusuafo de ye ka gina nza sa de we tia Ghana for mra obro ni say eye criminal obia enkohwe section 67 of Bank of Ghana Act esese ubu Emrebia e Bank of Ghana mra ni mu a wa commit criminal offense na yedi wasem ne ebuafo a we are liable to a fine of 500 penalty unit not exceeding 500 penalty unit and also betimi akoda afiase for at least or maximum 2 years enti ye radison ne ne deputies Bank of Ghana board there omo ye jail bound because clearly no obi a won ko school nkosu amra kora ni said your maye no omabo mine krono omadi omine wu omatieti omine mraso and this constitutes a crime na oka omoso COVID-19 ba na emergency ntina omoyesa eno so enya no kre because mra no mrahye bedwafo ye no omu say emergency bi betumi aba ento omodi hyemu subsection 6 of section 30 of the Bank of Ghana Act say mpo emergency bi ba na ban hia say Bank of Ghana fo betwa sika bibira ama omo a ebro 5% ne so a Bank of Ghana Finance Minister omon transfer omon setting new ceiling no mon kobo parliament for amane manye bibia sa into wontumi use COVID and any so called emergency as the excuse now we can Bank of Ghana for normal issue statement 4 pages ten almost enya hwe na okwa amama bi so a almost central banks aboka abusuan for sa amama ya omobobo di no mo hwe statement ro mu nyina ya amama ya omo sikasem ejina ne na so these are industrialized countries and as amama you know emumu bia ni wo omatiatia omo central bank emra so a committed crimes said they are buying we aye enti sa asem ne de emamu kra because at the end of my year no e de ahokyra ba and nipa bebre ebre because of that na bra na be chirechirem and resign ya wo ba be justify by engaging in equalization dia na chese uni obu okura magana for na abusuafo me de ma no si ne de ehu wa asem ni mu ni se senka banks e wo Ghana e bi e na o matietia Bank of Ghana Act so e na o ma boka 60 billion anka Bank of Ghana o mo ma bank na tena ko mungu no wo Bank of Ghana wo na wo e wo se wo hwese banks e wo Ghana nyina no o mo be comply with emra e hwe banking sector so e the Bank of Ghana Act and the Specialized Deposit Taking Act ne de keka Bank of Ghana muna wo se muna mukita ba mo hwese bank bia be di mra no so na wo bu mra no so wo be na akorrechi obi a wo bu mra so. He said, what moral authority na Bank of Ghana was so to me aka say ogu bank bi. Ni nyina no eni wo biem. Na busuafo de ehu ni say emra Bank of Ghana mpanyifo hu say ye wura bawomia ne MPP aban emu mpanyifo kedofori ata ne akufo adomo edidi omo ho no. Omo so ye se sika no omo so bedi bi. Enti yakoye edibi ma me ni bi. Because omo so ye twa sika ne ma aban aban kwa na edi ekai kura so omuntua ebeye bad debt ne writing it off enti yaso de ne ebeye enti omu frɛ bibi operational expenses e wa no mo start say oh ene yeso yebefa nyansa kwan bi so ne disika enti correct 2020 annual report and financial statement ni mu a Bank of Ghana for say last year for Ghana for muntie omo kasa ehun to chima a omo de call fita for ho so omo nya hu adwuma car maintenance nko a 131 million cedis. Tetisikano 1.3 trillion. And on modern ma fita for more modis your moka. Just a yes, some oil. Ye change BBBR say yes, ties 1.3 trillion. Areho. Enya no kwa almost a sikan kwa just almost usua o mampenya kufuado. And any dividend ni bi na America no. Go mampenyu twa sika manwa. Then or they chata wiem shen. In the Bank of Ghana for no so musu betu kwai. Enti akwantu omutu kwa ma no na didi omutu no Ghana. Ghana de omo fa African way de aye nyina yefa ibi. Ene e ba ku ye ka hwen. Passion. So domestic travels. Ene akwantu omutu kwa abrochire. Last year nko almost 97.4 million cedis. Titisika no 974 billion ene omudi tu kwai. Dibima mini bini na mechemu no. Ewi eche almost oh ye frɛ bibi computer expenses ye nima de kro ah omo di computer ye na bu jabo say wo to computers nko a mako 1 million kra e ka Bank of Ghana for se o mabɔ no enya de a ebetumi aba ne sa omo di computer expenses nko ano 67 million cedis titisika no 670 billion old Ghana cedis enya no nko omo se mo nsɛmtwerɛ for mo ni mu di nkita ho. It is the Mokrane Biana Sikani Biabamo, your fellow communication expenses. Communication expenses. And also almost a whole Kalasia in Kwao 32 million Sikano, 320 billion Omuditia Sole. Yes, I demand the communications, with my communications will come without in some job for. Any present case, and idea Huni company Bia. Emu mpanyifo dwen company ne ho no se company ne ko awonyehia ne awokyere mu a mpanyifo no dwen company ne ho ni to mo tie o makatua so because company ne sika sama yeden asɛe nti obo nyina tete o makatua so we di anya ya no Philip Addison ene ne mpanyifo Bank of Ghana egu a omo bɔ kamo no omo se ebeto ya katua mu nti omo nko last year directors no board directors ne keke o omo di sika omo di tua omo kano o makeka bom Ekosiise 8.6 million cedis titisika no 86 billion and what they no compare 2021 akatua omo je ya ntumu no increment no ye 68%. In 1 year omo to omo salary mu 68%. Ghana adwuma ye ni ben na 1 year ye to na akatua mu 68%. E just say dibi ma me ni bi aban ni di iti mame so menya den me nibi wan na ebekwa akoka na ye ka ni sei no obi so NDC for kra mo pekasa emfa me ho efa ho because a kana babeto no why na betua eno na yewura to force ya kire mu no ye ene ye betua this aban ne so mo de tuo bi beba ye ba betua sika se Bank of Ghana agu nti ye ntuatua to ne ye ngege ne yemfa nkoso o masen na why na di sika na ama Bank of Ghana agu no aban ba ko amo ba ye de mo de mo nsa beka bia na masen no ene cocoa board magu no ene Senate ya gu no PBC magu no D-Hawk magu no GMPC magu no Bank of Ghana omu twesika mi Bank of Ghana omu twesika so ene magu no enti minu mienu already ye so fa de oma ye no hunsunsuanso because ade se nyina no inflation kosoro ti kodwomu a ene gino rice okoto 5 kg bag almost 200 Ghana oh dokuro boa ekosoro emo boa ekosoro abro bag boa ekosoro ni nyina ye sika na o matwa abu system ni mu a eno masa nso convert ya dollars na mo di ahye mo pass so efa ye ho enenu nti Ghana fo ene ye ni anidaso bia se NDC mrahye bedwafo a omo ye donkuma wo mrahye bedwam omo na omutimi gina konkodema Ghana ye mo ye nsema members of parliament for the NDC and omo panyimpa dia tudwa se yewura Addison omamma no enna adronu ba ko 21 days na wotwe miensa one ne deputies ni nyina omo starting through omo resignation letter omo handing over bia woso omo ye bia woso omo ye na omo nko na afoforo mra omo yes ne saa ebi omo beti yenka biem na ye 2025 a president Mahama aba be di akonwa afi de ye frɛ omo se omo meyi omo ho ano e wo mra na omo tietia so because I know de ebeba so dole obi ani wo bro mra so it is a Bank of Ghana Act se wunti bi ntwe sika amro 5% of total revenue of the previous year na why na saa dia and yet you must answer for that but animanimu ya no so omo koso tena ho a and yet ye be wie 2023 e wie 2024 no ahwe omo be ka se car maintenance nko an omo de be 1 billion Ghana cedis na ye because of her trajectory na kwa no mo expenses na koso sikadie no kwa na ye den e koso 2021 omo printed 35 billion 2022 45 billion into 2023 nkofo ya nko no mo to omo printed sen ahwe 100 billion na say oman no ebebo enu nti minority chief whip so akabia to so say omaka no omo behwe se obe resign na one resign ya so omo friend na wo se omma because omu nipa bia na wo na watwa sika nya sika tamsi a nka mrache bedwafo frɛ wa ka beko but omo so wa ma omo betoa no wo ne office wo na wo be make sure so obe resign ebusuafo de atwatwo ni ene Bank of Ghana agu e kam ne bank no sika omo atwa ma aban so ntumi ntua bank ni sika kakra so a ye di no basa ma kyerɛkyerɛm honorable atoforsen de ho facts nyina maye na de atwa ya wom e wo se Ghana fo nyina ye sorigina ene adenwanwan bi a Bank of Ghana fo so omo ye ene ya ye wa ho kyerɛ ne ahoyehia mu a economy na crash pensioners for omo makɔ omo ahomegye mu omo ahomegye sika aban kra pese ode ne nsa to so omo de omo sika abo aban besi aban si ontua e ka mene Ghana obi aso omo ye besia ukodwomu a ene woton wa ye nto nipa bre adwuma ni ho there is a freeze on public sector employment as we speak mabunu hu de omo beye sika kakra na Bank of Ghana fo betumi atwa me ye de aye bibi papa so a omo so omo de kwa kosi head office foforo omo kosi abronsan atoato so aye ni nyina hwehwe dan foforo akwa akotenem mo Bank of Ghana dan abusuafo ye nyina so ye hu chima ben na wo ho edan ya mutimu a mo ye adwuma no na mo didi sikei problem bi ani ho na eno kra mu na mo ti a mo se mo de 32 million cedis and your communication expenses account to sika nko a 97 million na de mo kwotena dan mo no ni mu eno ye nhwehwe ne de na mo be that is a complete misplaced priority. The Bank of Ghana here and enye new head office. Sika kakra na omo wo no e wo se edi siesie bank no. Na BBC a bank na tinya ye na dwuma. Bank bi kura kwa ho kire mu a Bank of Ghana tinya aboa no. They say banks in mutie you to force in the debate on the floor media budget reviewer. Banks in boka in the billions. Banks are Ghana in now. Now Bank of Ghana now we are bank or more which my baby buano. What's all boka KCC? One way and no who say we see new head officer and on the other braka. Yem person the empress China. Into your framework, not the Wuhina no. Yadam was it. Now, you heard him say Ura no one for the human to wa. The entire 137 members of parliament, supported by well-meaning patriots, Ghana for the offices of Bank of Ghana. They are making sure that we will occupy the Bank of Ghana. Anopa Ekosiise will occupy there until Addison did the Juma Beto. Because how do we or maybe anyway see more you don't bet you. And in this Ghana for your so you bet now was yet now one year ni high every more on the boat or mine cry. Yadam was it.
Ekosiise on Asempa FM 94.7.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiise dwumadi no asuguso a utie no ma yana munyina ase se matwen. We've done 4 minutes after 3 on a Tuesday afternoon, the 8th day of August 2023. Meaning your say Bonsu from Yobi. In the call NDC one head officer one crying ha adabraka and the kofa moment of truth series no ebremo and Dr. Casey Lato Forsen and address press no besha lawyer Sami Jemfi interpretation into a can at the MIT form pimpema ETA and area NT. As you've seen our flyer making rounds on social media, Dr. Casey Lato Forsen will join us in studio in about 30 minutes time na afe yashe and no Eddie and come some of the issues that will raise here in this press conference no yebesha na afe yetimi ebusano questions ahodo kakra ansana Yatwa Jumedian. We need your say Bonsu Ofremi Obi Amejo. So let me thank the production team so much. We'll be here from now till 6:30 p.m. when we bring you this show to an end. Ekosiise, Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social and current affairs talk show. And we have a lot of issues on our table. By etumi abremo ma memfa ye WhatsApp line no entuja adofo no mesre mo se mo beyi masum na matimi etie ne ye ede amayen. Ye WhatsApp number ne 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Odo messages ne ba ye be kan amount. And one of the stories are yen sakan adon me hu statement ne first na ya homachin and amensa ekan na the statement was to the effect say would when each stream ewo Ayawaso West Wugon constituency unim say the sitting member of parliament ne NPP MP Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan. But in the NDC, you know, the last election, John Dumelo was the NDC's candidate. And this time around, we're making every indication clear, say, Obesain Akobio. In the constituency, you know, we woke up one day to news, say, Fred Nyama declare interest or Nunsunya MP no wa anka Obejina on the ticket of the NDC. Back and forth, and I'm so NDC organized primaries parliamentary primaries in the Greater Accra region. I was West Ogon, they almost suspended Kakra to see so me atotonioma ewie ansana primaries be bansumpa etumi abaso. And in the public near na yenim say Fred Nyama na nadamfo pa ene John Dumelo nti e shaking kofo kakra mote say namfofo mienu aye won adwen say they would come up against each other in that primaries. And then you sorry you say Ora Fred Nyama a statement aba say wa withdraw from the NDC constituency parliamentary primaries Wayawaso West will gone. Now on withdraw keke afi wasen throw the support behind Ninia Nadamfo John Dumelo. Mame nkwa homa no na meaning come Fred Nyama abeka yensa Fred akwaba Ekosiisen so ni.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, me did say bibi aboko.
Nyakuba ndo bibi aboko.
Yeah, da nyame.
Your can first you can hear now. Yeah, I should have said yeah now.
Oh, obeka yena and that me ye bema me almost like junior brother into yenia.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I'm not any penny you.
Anyways, but confirm my can you confirm say statement ayehu akọ viral on social media na efri wo ho?
Mbache free me up.
Say what withdraw from the parliamentary primary say throw support behind Unia Wadam for John Dumelo.
Mbache me withdraw keke but me kwa support me am aware we need it. And me move ako national so ako boa yera John Dramani Mahama winning national so.
Now the considerations are to announce say opesa will contest no are the assistance here na
oh yeah party ba papa na udrinia mabi one over take a decision I might take first of all national no here your friend is parliamentary soon here but two na bakunye a bit above the other. I got a very nice invitation to come and help GM when the campaign. I think I did it in 2012. When that thing came, I had to it, and I mean, Fred delegates Nenra, as in the branches, and I mean, about it. And then majority of them feel say going to the other side to go and help better. Then I can also fall back to support my younger brother.
In the meaning, say, my take out from the vacancy and say, when your invitation from national, say, bra, never bought the John Dramani Mahama campaign. No?
Yes. Banya from John Dramani Mahama campaign team to come. Yeah.
And the invitation came recently?
Yeah, not long ago. It was about a few days ago, never. I think they are preparing for campaigning
in you are saying sir the lure of national campaign no, for you a greater saying serving the people of Ayawaso West will go.
Oh no, you see when I go to national I'll be serving as well. I always say well, we are politicians but I don't practice politics.
Yeah.
I practice your friend is saying social what's the name? I don't practice politics.
Okay, do you politician properly?
Me politics, but me social service. Let me put it this way. I don't know how I will explain it to you.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Okay, so you see, when it comes to politics, it comes with some sort of negative connotation, as in narcissist be. But when it comes to social service, no, you have to serve the people. After serving them in return, they serve you. If I go to the top, I'll still serve them. If I'm down, I'll still serve them. Until I'm still serving them. So I'm not going to leave them. I live in Ayawaso West Walgon. I'm going to help John Dumelo here, and I'm going to help the old man at the top as well to win the seat because he's the incoming president of Ghana.
Na who take a decision before say statement never out no. Now only unia John Dumelo edi hun komo dada.
Oh, you share. You di hun komo. Of some few minutes ago, I see in share. Inti ya bon komo edu ichire.
I don't know if what happened between Mumi and some kind of bad blood, because I know saying the spur of the moment, no, ebia tension cause so kakra, maybe a mumu bi kekan sembi, motimia settles her winning na.
Oh, remember dear, I mean family class in me and once I hear politics here, political party mukra nkofo etiniko ebom. Inti mianum kra etiniko. Inti me in particular, I don't mean whom be wrong with what the AC, you know, in the sense the most important thing is the beba action is very important, and yet into that and misunderstand. Let me put it that way. The most important thing is for us to preach what His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Ayema. I mean, you can attest to the fact that you're nice airport. There were a lot of things, so we should be talking about that one. We are not even dwelling on that again. We don't even talk about it.
How would you react to Omo Ebeka say, what Peteta Kremen who say, so contested primaries na anka ubelusu. And now says who we need mpoa and got the main elections in 2024 ubelusu. And you want to save yourself from that looming embarrassment.
Well, not at all. Well, they are afraid to say that. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yes.
They may control a form na no. A year man maybe coming here no. That's all I can say about that one.
Okay. In terms of supporting your brother, no, what specifically would you be doing? Like you would be with him on the campaign trail and other.
Yeah, well, yeah, Usha, I have a friend is saying when it comes to the languages,
yes,
may come more than Miniano.
Oh, okay.
And to that side, no, I'll be supporting him, and then with other stuff as well. Yeah, meaning that people copy,
Ono kasaben ne kasaben na utimika.
Iko be onu adangwilo. Uyoga.
No, me why you me crowd me patch.
So chichi. F1.
F1 that's okay, that's ewe. It waka gan waka ewe. Waka da. Okay, that's 5. Wow. And then your languages are here in your constituency.
Exactly so, yes.
Yeah.
You were down for her, you were ewe for her.
Yeah.
You were in crime for her. And you account for some her into Omodos.
Yeah, but the ultimate question would be, say, can you both say can you wrestle that seat from the NPP?
Maybe you're doing the Ajikra.
Magia was supposed to go and see.
Oh, yeah, crack. I need the yeah, Jikra that.
Fred, yeah, yeah, recorded your who can you?
Oh, yeah, Jikra that. Don't yeah, Jikra. Yeah, Jituni Nabu. AG presidency, I G winning. Yeah, Jikra that. Oh, from year, papa, my.
I also was to go.
Oh, no, yeah, Jikra that. I said, or lose you about 2,000 maybe.
Sure.
Now, dear Krona Yako see and look at, oh, yeah, Jikra. Gap by no.
But analysts have said, say, in 2020, na Legon student and a game pass student in the campus.
Bro, Oshe mass na Legon students, no. And you're going to vote to
okay.
They are foreign voters. Don't worry. We'll get there. Legon students, we are working on that. What they are saying.
Yeah.
It's not, see, let me also make some correction here. And yeah, Mini John, there's another party, lawyer no count.
Yeah, lawyer no, yeah.
So no really go.
Sure.
And yeah, also bad.
Now lawyer so wa withdraw na not your cost still.
Oh, I withdraw yeah, I withdraw.
Oh, you see John he call unopposed as it stands now. Wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. But the might of Lydia say Ramal Hassan no Munstro.
Oh. What the moon train say. You see, you want your media on disappointed. So let's wait. The Holy Spirit will talk. That's the most important thing. Say now, 7th December 2024, you will win the race.
Mm.
Yes. Kinikitai, into have no fear.
Fred, my yena say bibiani a yebesi aba bidi nkomo bio. Why?
Okay, nyame nhyia uti for na.
Medase.
Okay, all
Fred Nuyama and Amoten and Kano or movie producer event organizer, as it were, on an organizer Ghana Movie Awards. I don't know if he still does, but now Oye Ghana Movie Awards. Osei a former parliamentary aspirant as it stands today, because we withdraw from that race. Ayawaso West will go on, and I'm saying ADM Komo. Asempa 94.7 FM. Me pacho wadrin tra 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Enche. Dr. Casey Latofoson will join us in studio. Now, Eddie Nkomo would put some questions to him on press conference and why a Moment of Truth series. The big news from that press conference, and it's the minority in Parliament call on the governor of the Bank of Ghana and the two deputies to resign with immediate effect. Omama won an ultimatum of 21 days starting from today, on which they must say Papana and then the deputies now resign. Adea or more Ebeshe they will stage a walk to Bank of Ghana premise to go and picket at the Bank of Ghana till Sepa Panebe resign. Me Yankwa Homane Subio, John Dumelo, 2020 no a parliamentary candidate man NDC, Ayawaso West were gone. John Akwaba Ekosiisen On Asempa Bibiabo there.
Good afternoon,
afternoon. Mete Unkache, Ekoye.
Oh, Bibiakoye.
Me you say what news and wadam for Fred near din komo say on the wakasa na even some minutes ago mo kasa on how I'm to share and Edin Komobi. That should come as a sigh of relief for you. So why withdraw from the race? No.
Okay, well, good afternoon. Indeed, there's some form of relief. Maybe after for elections, when you're going to an election or when you're going into an election, that's competitors are now performing competing and so almost stepping down. It's a good time. Also, it's also a good time because unity wherever you are contesting.
But before say the statement never out and then now only wedding commodada na.
Before the statement about I mean we met once or twice and they deliberated on this same issue because once the answer will be best stepping down there have to be some kind of talks and so before this decision meaning said now maybe Namenya Doma not stepping out. Yes, indeed, you hear one or two times.
Did you on your own reach out to party in Pennyphobia say or money union and Casanon step it down?
Oh, one said election say a lot of in Kofupi any other Kofupi so kasa.
Yes.
Near sure say in the last few couple of months now Pennyphobia beginning kasa. Like any other election, election be about no better. So say anything. It's always about negotiations, lobbying. And the end of the you know what? 2020, John Coy, very nice. But also every people now which may have
now that Omumi and Nunina step it down, it's likely so Obeko unopposed. Okay, and then that should be a good news for you. But preparing for 2024, a day difference is here.
2024 a very different because mistakes in 2020 we have noticed that and then we'll be able to improve upon it. In 2024 especially for the NDC in Ayawaso West, but hard work. But you see, road I clear now, we go on the post. I started it, but I said, you're any time too. Every day, you say something. Every day, you are or say who say, 2024, there you look me, I win the Ayawaso West.
Done deal, meaning, say, you are promising a party for, say, Oh, just our seat now, NDC.
Oh, we need to have me promising me party. He said 2024 and the emergency seat no ama NDC. Ayawa West. I mean, for Ayawa West, they do or die for me.
Yeah, but you'll be coming up against Lydia Say Ramal Hassan, hopefully. And onye ni packet was our name.
Oh, but you barely get one in 2024. It's any problem. I mean, 2020, my name is CC off in Ayawa West Wagon. Like I said, my only weak point, my only strong point. The weak point, no, I ever build the upon. The strong point, you better tell me to me, your weakness are strong points. In the 2024 year, meaning part almost almost by giddy. Yeah, the gentility, ne, force kaka.
Yeah. But you should have heard, say, Ebiaka. Say, you did well in 2020 because now students need campus. What is Asempa? And what do you make of it?
No, but 2020, not students, no, only campus. But in Comoa campus and Camel when it's a season.
Oh, really?
But yeah, because students know one Camel when they hands down. Now, students need home for if you gap, you could say gap. The result, but you see, a student will be on campus. If they are there, you better win it hands down.
Yeah, but the student largely vote NPP. How would you have won?
Oh no! But this time, you better stand. Students don't normally vote for. Look, Osei, what do you call it? Legon campus. For the first time, we need 3 or 4 police stations. You see that. And look, upon students need you home. How much more students need home? Okay, you better win it hands down. And for the last 2-3 years, many students here and they be able they go on the meta of the in the idea of honing it or honor, you bet me I win it and a horse near the win it 2024.
Wow. Anyways, John, my young fancy, now that the way is clear, you better hiding come on in the BBN will call on you. Why? Yeah, that's John Dumelo and the attending Kano, movie actor, politician, entrepreneur. Likely to be NDC's parliamentary candidate, Ayawa West will go on for 2024. And I'm going to say, AD and Ekosiise On Asempa 94.7 FM and Timoma Ian Shannon. So you can come through with your messages now for Yashe Akai Amau. There is a response from the Ministry of Works and Housing, Minister Odano Akasa, in reaction to NRA Facebook poster, former President John Dramani Mahama. I read out that Facebook post, and the minister in response, so enche mekai munsem ede amamo. But from the MPP's national headquarters, special electoral college election voters register. Where a statement on day about the statement says the Presidential Elections Committee has taken note of certain commentaries circulating in the electronic media and on some social media platforms which have the potential of misleading the public. The Elections Committee has been working hand in hand with the presidential aspirant and has been having regular consultations and interactions not only with them and their representatives but also with other relevant stakeholders. The provisional voters register has been shared with all aspirants and other interested parties. The purpose is to enable aspirants and other persons to help in detecting any errors for the necessary correction. Indeed, we have received inputs from various individuals and group of persons across the country, and we are grateful for their prompt responses. The references made in the media to a purported letter from the campaign team of some aspirants could be one of the inputs the committee has received from interested parties. And we are grateful to all who are contributing to this exercise. We welcome this collaborative approach. It is important to emphasize that in the national elections voters list, it is important to emphasize that in the national elections, voters list is displayed in advance for a purpose. That purpose is to give ample opportunity for people whose names have been left out to protest and be included if need be. It also gives members of the public an opportunity to raise objections to names that should not be included, names omitted, or names duplicated. It is exactly for these reasons the General Secretary released the register to all relevant persons and bodies, including the Presidential Elections Committee. We are aware that complaints about albums have been a subject matter of dispute in the history of our political party elections in the Fourth Republic. And this is exactly what the NPP, together with the Presidential Elections Committee, is taking steps to avoid in the current contest. It is therefore unfortunate for anyone to give the impression to Ghanaians that the album is a fallacy. We wish to assure the entire public that the Presidential Elections Committee is determined not only to produce a credible voters register, but also to ensure that the election process is free, fair, and transparent. In this regard, we continue to invite input from interested individuals and party members. All stakeholders are kindly entreated to send their concerns, contributions, and observations to the Secretary, the Presidential Elections Committee, and NPP Headquarters, Asylum Down Accra, on the number ABBA. It's signed by William Yamua, Secretary, Presidential Elections Committee. Sylvester Tete, a Greater Accra coordinator, Emma, the Alan Trematin campaign. Honorable Akwaba, Ekosiise On Asempa.
Obi bidasi na mo hote se won kan
Adom mejete Kumase nso boko
Kumase de enije nko ha
mate ene ma follow except of your interview in Shra FM oni menua Nana Jantoa anopei ba enra momoke ba wo kan sempa o
obi enu krezu na meka
bi o mete ba ko se Dr. Baumia na ama John Mahama aye popular okroma. Is that something you said?
Obi.
Yes.
When you say no one Obeka.
Ba ku bi so kra wo no wie we am de no so beba.
Obi. Ma men sia we chief for.
Etie for jo.
Yeah, men person so for. MBC for na so congratulations ahead of your exams. Much and then second day.
Ekosiise On Asempa 94.7.
Na AD na meka efe enokwe o shebe dia ifripa ensema yakika ye in the round of 2016 elections nyama yaka na ene aka be dia Ghana akwa kudru no again you can say former president Mahama onya kudru so person somebody president biom but Ushe NDC4 or Mwaka say Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, they don't have to run a campaign. All they have to do is get a cinema van, and that will make them successful in the next election. So Amajo Mahama Anya Enidasudi, and hoping that will bring Vice President Mahama. And in the context, Mikas Asemno, and because only Ghana Nibia Kasa, only NDC Nibia Kasa, will follow elections. No, the cheapest opponent for the NDC in the next election is the Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Odi Macau, Fidisuda. I maintain, and I still say it's there. I say for much of the meaning in our echo.
Yeah.
But I've maintained, say, Dr. Baumia, a very fine gentleman, is timing now a woman, and good for him. The timing in politics is very important. Timing is good. So NDC will capitalize on the timing. So if people are clamoring on him, say the name Badia, Ahmad Mahama, I popular say in that case and in that contest, over to win the election. And John Mahama should never have the courage to say beside the president Biom Ghana. In that contest, I said that statement. I made that statement.
In other words, no say NPPD will be fufrobia apart from the vice president. The race will be tough for the NDC.
Now, of course, NDC will not have a drop chance in the next election.
But with the issue of the vice president and the things he said, if we say, and I say, nipa be free says Sisia no sa nneoma na happen into akwakoye baggage, for the want of a better word, the amano no. That is a collateral damage on the government and Alan Martin so I can know.
And there is always a personal baggage and collateral. There is always the case of a collateral damage, and there's always a case of individual responsibility. The Finance Minister Ekosiise for say we are a proud nation. We are not going to the IMF. We have the resources, and we have the catch up. We have the IMF. No, who and then the Finance Minister carries that baggage as an individual before the party. So, and no make us say the individual baggage obia esono, the vice carries the biggest of it. And only the election 2024,
the vice president got that baggage, through spirited campaign in 2016. Emma Muwini power. And why would you want to punish him for something he did to bring your party to power?
Now, Obedi, he did power, no? He's the second gentleman of the land. And indeed, is the second biggest beneficiary of that campaign like a prosecution. It does also mean that going forward, if it will not help us, we should continue that path.
But a bit about NDC for any maybe at your cinema van. Cinema van, I'm the bedding.
NDC for na Eka, and Yemen America.
Oh, okay.
So, a blind man want to throw a stone at you. It certainly means a born to be so. So, in the very same to Boaboa, maybe an Nigeria be so. And non to the caution, we must be careful of that.
Oh, okay. Inti meaning Siciano. This message, because Oka will radio so any other the people of Ashanti region or my message in saying sure.
The opposition manusiboni, opposition jasiboni, the opposition faba, and was a macano, and commodia in private, in Kofoji, and people go, yeah, bo approach a Ashanti region. It is obvious. Say, polling station delegates, one in Nipa, when they go to the hamlet, when they go to the market, when they go to the church, when they go to the mosque, they can sell him to the good people of this country.
Wow. Me pacho mamini wunye on the issue of more register more de betwabano, because I don't know say from Momo camp no when issues with the register, the electoral committee need the statement aba amamu abotoyem kakra.
Oh, Obi, my whole statement, but I've listened to the effect of the statement already here.
Sure.
Obi, and yes, sure, say MPP as a political party, the delegate to the super delegate or MPP is predetermined and prescribed by the constitution of the MPP. So it is not a fair and I invite input from individuals to have a credible register. The only thing you can ask from the party executive friend who will portray English and Manfu, they say and Nanyamia to suffer woman. Nipa say and a must suspend the woman. The party internally can provide that information for you. You don't invite input in the public for that purpose. I think the secretary to the elections committee has got it wrong. He got it wrong. Where the chairman of the Fantiman in the central region, Nyami Afreno, party executive, Etwanamo Akoneye, Akwakosieno. And to which now Emmanuel say you cannot replace the chairman. Now you replace the chairman. What do you say? Say you are replacing him. And you are now asking me to bring you an information on that matter. You are not being fair to the party.
Meaning, sir, for Mono, as far as you are concerned, that statement, it doesn't do anything.
It's unnecessary. It's an unnecessary statement.
Indeed, what should happen for the Alan camp to be comfortable with the register? Then I'm going to say happen.
Obi, we have been comfortable with the people selected by the party delegate as constituency chairman, as members of parliament, as patrons, as national council reps from the regions. But the constitution, the regional executive, the constitution is clear. The Obiwa, you don't replace the person. And this is a case, constituency chairman, Wewu, Nyame Afreno, national executive, Etwan among Eko Sieno. So when you are preparing the album, now would you be for about the Shena Naya? I was say you don't mean well for this party.
Hey, and you register Asem means ready Asempa bao.
Obi, you me cannot say no cry. Asem say no cry. Say twice more. Asem say twice more. Because ne yeni buy yeni and any other places are infractions na akoso. We know. Say the National Executive Committee of our party, the constitution of the party had mentioned everybody who is eligible to be a member of the National Council. If you are doing that, Obia on falling within the category of being in the barbership. And this latest statement issued by the Elections Committee, I think they got it wrong. And the General Secretary of the party educated them.
Is it true? Because I heard say Moka say the chief of staff and eligible to vote in this election into Omunyini in Frame. Was her name in there in the first place?
Yes, the chief of staff name Aboma Wundima say audit no. Unfortunately, not chief of staff leading account. But who said the categories are constitution of our party and mention woman, the chief of staff is not part of the category. And unfortunately, though what did you man who go I'm a party, former member of parliament, a current position as a chief of staff, we are not targeting Madam Freeman Osei Operate, but it is a position that has been added to the list. No?
Okay.
It is not part of the eligible list of people or positions earmarked to vote in the super delegate.
Sly, my nase, you're best in Comobio. Why? Sylvester Tete, a member of parliament, Botiano, English, amount from coordinator for the Alan campaign in the Greater Accra region. Only Edin Komo from the Ashanti region, the whole Alan campaign, no. Edu make us say the minority leader in Ghana's parliament, Abe Kansa Ewo studio ha enche and Odi in the birthday. Honorable belated happy birthday.
Thank you. I'm an adom. I'm an adom. We have them many two key members of parliament from the finance committee.
Oh, I want you know finance committee.
Honorable Ampim.
I say Ayensu, Miss Ayensu, your friend them. Eso Jaman. Eso Jaman so so ba me di Hong Kong.
Meba. Na Honorable Jaja.
Oh, okay. I was so north. Yeah. Oh, okay.
To landlord.
Oh no. Oh, dear, you share from no. Your friend is saying, Baba Jamal.
No.
I Baba Jamal.
That's Nima.
Oh, I know your Nima. Hey, I saw the open here. I was all 10 hours. Me who studio had that. I was over. Honorable. Oh, nice. Enti, a cuckoo de me and sa, Abekan and South Studio. But honorable, Uber de Mekan wo short profile be what they send them. I must say it was impressive. Kudos.
Thank you.
45, right? 45 years.
Thank you.
Hey, Ayado.
That's it.
Ayado, you've done well.
The grace of God.
Yeah. Ayado, you've done very well. Ekosiisen Suni, you were in Komobebre na edi and the press conference na nsem ewon plus other matters. But that will be after this short break. Yeah, Danny and Juan Basisia, yeah, Dr. KCL Atoforsen is our guest on the show. Stay with us.
Money sike free amanone ana wona won money sika kwa amanone ene beka customers empempima won wini achede won waso wo Access Bank achede promo no no abribia ogbewura Access Bank nkrabata biem ekodisika money hu duma bia e free 500 Ghana cedis ekro wo betime wini surprises ahodo no mu bi se Western Union ana money gramba wotri mu a ma Access Bank mbra wotri se wa man sika nso beto Access Bank account mu direct dia eye free freto free 0800 004400 Access Bank. More than banking.
middle. Now then I want to why stay for Sano. Eh, on no quanono. Jama wa bre.
Akos, send your men sending me name with Shemeno. And why it triti? Mean to me, sorry.
Who name one? And no, me free John by and I catch will say. Mato 3P garlic mixture. Enti numbi ansan wakoda. Me who yana sawada. Sawano.
3P garlic mixture.
And mamoja edu mwofu saneno. Cheye natural garlic papebi any diaye.
Aha, now no madam for Kofimpo catch me say. He work natural health for be drobi or modiaba. Your friend 3P garlic mixture.
Who could to jene wapaso na sorry who complaining no. Sa wonum 3P ya. E big jani say edroi enya ma pemfo e ma woma no fo anasa nkwada wo nya nyamfie dumienu. FDA agi edwedie nkratso yi atum.
3P garlic mixture. Ubenya bi wo mamu pharmaceutical shops and herbal shops nyinam. Okaishi ubenya bi Cough Sam and King's Walk Herbal, Tema Community 5, Little George, Ashamai, Ekus Pharmacy, Kasua, Tribe of Judah, Fred Piwak, 024-89-288-24, and 020-100-0021.
The system has nothing on her. Those in power fear what she can do. She is Madame, and she is here. On one hand, she's a humanitarian, and on the other, she's using them to seduce men in power for favors. Madame is a new drama series that explores the evils of an uncontrolled system where young women are exploited. Showing Mondays to Fridays at 8 p.m. on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150, and Go TV channel 102. Stay connected on star 759#.
Da.
Yes.
Sabroso olive oil no. Auntie be say oh mami o.
Sense hunti.
And so the be here aduane won in kitchen ho.
No one can chance me if you ram soma o. Besne aduane won time kyerem ye. Auntie be.
Yes, if you ram ni.
Sabroso olive oil. Ya wo de aduane de ya wo ma me be. Enye na wo bi a wo de chi nam no.
Anne, e sabroso olive oil. Say eno na me de aduane ma me busuafo.
Sabroso enye no na free olive plant mo no.
Anne, wo a onim.
Na me ba ba e kyerɛ sɛ ne boyfriend say won fa sabroso olive oil no abi na mfa nye aduane mre no na hwie wo de akoto bi ma no na wo sese no
efiura aden asema wuken sini wanum
ei me
he ewra waso won penatwe a koto wo sabroso oil ebeye weduane enye na supermarket any shops mu etufo nko Mikado Pharmacy Limited any Elhams Pharmaceuticals Limited for 0501 471 882 and 0270 010 078. Da, it's what Jina Hama tenant Akasa Wanimsa.
What about Menka?
FDA, Aji Ejudi Nkratoi, Atum.
If you get LPG, let me see your hand. Who are that?
Mr. Menu, I'm not happy with you, cry.
Oh, landlord, what is it?
Me, what is the problem? How can you allow your wife cook with charcoal and firewood? Don't you know smoke is harmful to your wife? Don't you have gas?
Oh, landlord, me, I've been using charcoal since so.
You're not current at all. Now every Ghanaian uses gas because it's safe and convenient. Just one matchstick, and you're good to go. Food cooks faster and the taste is retained.
Hey, landlord, be that.
You think I'm joking, eh? New rule, no gas, no accommodation. Even you just paid your rent, eh? And my friend, come for your money and leave my house.
Hey, landlord, if you make a mistake and you give me this money, I'm not going to move. I'm going to buy gas.
Like you will see.
Don't be left out. LPG is safe and convenient. This campaign is brought to you by the National Petroleum Authority and supported by the Ministry of Energy and World Bank. Contact our toll-free number 080-012-300 for more information.
Hey, lala didi lala. What worry has so dear? Na me dear yemia. Africa Queen Mackerel bonne juma wo sesen. Africa Queen Mackerel leader what ya see owunia. So what the year aduane a. E dance tomato sauce na egu ho no so e ye rich. E pise wo. Nti e me aduane ne de ye stronko. Enam no so hyemu ma. Na me kire se nam panko a. Wa wo beti ase. Na wo be check so. E ye grade 1 o. Na me say me twa kwa me nkwan. Na me tu bi gu mu a. Ato ne ne term so. Honey, oba papa. Oh you ma. Major. Mr. Say, jollof, Gary photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy dear. Africa Queen Mackerel ni mo. Intimi now. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke, nam papa no.
Africa Queen, shawenum keke.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yesterday with you?
Kwame, I didn't mean you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Now, my contract announced to say, Nefeni na and Quadan Rocksters. One so chromo pan, what Jane was saying.
The contract and one Nimniako, Ghana had here a band of quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Aye, Rocksters. And fear be brain in a Rocksters. I did roofing sheet, Papa, and one cadia. As some Ghana for.
And can I say, I know what in so a boy.
And near the Fudiachi, Nanko Toddy Bon and Net Sundachi. Fre 0544 338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Fre Rocksters, now one chowing to.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my chain. Ramming chain. In my ramming chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills. You can buy credit. You can pay school fees. Even church tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Kim promise.
Akradia for fry, a friend of Big 4. Free game pack games, no Eddie. Play Akradia, net tuning it yet, yadin cry. The number a Hodwa and 930 Kosi 9. Impressa de Biara, Nabekayem Kunum Difuane. Wobe to me at to Abelfon Kratwabia. www.gamepackgames.com. Anna Ubebo star 946 hash. Our phone so now would ya man Akradia Adumeko NL. Apene game pack games Akradia is Unni Fiadum Watia. Untimento Akradia from Nyansa to Akradia. Big 4 from Game Pack Games. More mula, more power.
Brother, sister, one say ya na. So one say ya mamen kanchiro. Ade pane ye diwa dansie. Okuno pane ye bonin samrani. Oba obune ho na ye freni raba. Mrs. Sonashe. Kanashe. What de nom nashe. Na wobe hu se ade papa wotuyem. Ena enam papa suwojum. Ever milk, your soya milk, your motu. Sawunoma eco smooth. Hey, protein wom, vitamins wom, and omega 3s wom. Make metro. So what taste ya? Wana wube believing. And no na ya kano wa brofumu se.
Evermilk. Taste is believing.
What you wanna be?
FDA aji ejedi nkratoi atu.
Hey, my paddy, you day, chile a day, man, tire self. Hey, my prof, you tired and waiting I go do. My prof, condom thing you talk. I know they sit up. What about condoms do you want to know? You see, my sweet Ajua, they can visit me today. I be last time you talk me say make I use condom. I want know more. But prof, this condom thing, how easily available are they and the cost too? How? Condoms are available in varieties at little cost. Some as low as 3 pieces for 10 Ghana pesos per. You will find some at most supermarkets, pharmacies, chemical stores, grocery shops, and health centers. Some condoms come in different colors and flavors. There are male and female condoms. We get some for you, where we get some for Ajua too. But you cannot use both at the same time. Ajua should not use a female condom when you are wearing a male condom, and you should not use a male condom when Ajua is wearing a female condom. Oh, na so ide. Yeah, and besides, I also told you to always buy condoms before you need them, so you can read the instructions on how to wear it and also check the expiration date, because expired condoms
condoms reduce its effectiveness and are not safe for use.
Oh, you mean say now I have the condom in hand? I should again check for expiry dates, not to talk of the wahala for face in my head about waiting I won't pay for the counter.
Yes, my buddy. It is very important to check for the expiration date on each condom you buy and know how to wear condoms correctly and consistently to ensure that you are safe, not only from the risk of unplanned pregnancies, but also HIV and other sexually transmitted infections. Let's protect ourselves and loved ones because HIV still there around.
Condomless sex is risky sex. Be smart. Get a condom. If it's not on, it's definitely not in.
This message is brought to you by Ghana AIDS Commission.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no wasogu so a otie ne ma ye na munyina se ne yensan ma wakwaba. We have some 7 minutes to the top of the hour 4. Said ye Erikan Ekan Sana ye kono. The minority leader is here, Dr. KCL Ato Forsen. Ma menkai mo say ye interviews aye ye wo Ekosiisen so no Ghana AIDS Commission and a Safari Tissues eboyen and ye de ebrel. Doc ye nsha say we picked a press conference no live.
Thank you.
And it was mainly on the Bank of Ghana.
Correct.
I think my takeout there was a 121 days the governor and deputy should leave office.
And deputies.
And the two deputies they should leave office. On too much of a call to make.
No. What's the canobi?
Yes.
Or there Ghana Futasi. Since I record them, and I will have to take my time. Okay. I'm the Ghana for what I see.
Okay.
Obi, be from some time in from 2000, 2001, 2022. Okay, no, 2020, 2021, and 2022.
Sure.
And what's Ghana for akum? And a brand of one sika asho. In fact, I will even go back. Since governing Obabeyo governor in 2017.
Yes.
First action or started the banks in the Biwa Woniska. One no wakufum into Ogu banks.
Yeah.
O collapse banks in the Wieno. Uncrofu one sika Bibre Showe. Ibin one sika or cherry and son of one saraka. Wool to answer what you and tot. Banks in the Biwa or you see regulatory action or the collapse one will be doing with my credit. Since your bankers are been more year about the Uber drivers as a result of governor no feel there the corner bank and welfare done on your con papa to collapse banks. Nature so when I would one ska to her be one sika or the one saka 1 cent to manka. Ibinum one sika da wishim. Ibinum so one sika would to and tot out to the stand today. One sakano in a sikano will lose ne value. On the nature no and 2020 abani even before that governor yankasanso obeno osanso twa 200 cedi note and a 300 cedi note.
Yes.
200 cedi note and then 100 cedi
and
note.
100 cedi
100 cedi note.
Yes.
Them sika no tray no or your new currency high powered money to oma or your inflation to oma inflation no or cost or kakra but not as the magnitude that you want to see. Then in the year 2020, Elkono, na governor no or turning the central bank into a printing press. Abenta makadem. Aza abano ya anye de anytime abano yo to be o hiesikan ofre governor and the governor mi hiesika inti peskamam ena abano yo to be o man dem pressure but then the governor wako vote no way sika epui. In economics we call it printing. So he print money and or the sika the back or lend to the government. 2000 yebi 2021 or printe sika nkoten 35 billion Ghana cedis. Ede ba sika dada onu mo ya hin 35 billion. It's about 3.5 trillion.
Trillion, yes.
3.5 trillion.
Yes.
Siko try magana nkoten. In 2022 Osansu issue another 45 billion. Also 42 billion. It account about 7.2% of GDP. The two put together now is about 77 billion Ghana cedis, in excess of about 13% of our GDP. Now, the key question is, the Misikana operating, what happened to the people of Ghana? What are the Ghana for yet seeing? After operating Sikana, because you create new consumption, yen international reserves in our order, or started or deplete, because consumption is creating. Or the water, the nyama water, so I didn't have your brochure number. Into will be here foreign currency. So we use the foreign currency in water. You are depleting our net international reserves. That is the beginning of our crisis. Into a depleting net international reserves, our year reserves no negative. That is why 2020 currency or depreciated from 6 Ghana cedis to almost 15 Ghana cedis. Until the IMF program will announce my confidence be by after the SLA.
That's December 2022.
December 2022. Okay, up to 15. Because you need reserves to intervene. Central bank governor action or deplete yen reserves. Yen reserves no deplete no. Governor no ne printing of the currency no printing no. Or create new consumption. Them new consumption no create no. Or ma will you see dollars and what do koto them or what do koto them as in or ma sika bay no them sika or to me see depreciate from 6 Ghana cedis to 15 Ghana cedis at some point. In fact, on a straight line, it's about 130% on a straight line calculation. But we don't calculate it that way. You negate it by 1. So on a straight line, for everybody to understand, we move 6 to about 15, about 130%. You've been see that for so many years. On the nature, you know, because currency, you know, or depreciated to that magnitude, or prices of goods and services and okosor. Okosor no cover inflation or the bay. It's inflation now. You win now. Hyperinflation for the first time since 1992 or your Fourth Republic. You hyperinflation them. We saw hyperinflation for the first time in 2022 at 54.1%. It is as a result of this printing of money. The same printing of money no covers currency depreciation by. Or covers currency depreciation by no leading to inflation. World Bank Akade. 850,000 Ghanaians last quarter of the year 2022 they moved to extreme poverty because of the inflation. In some hotel na wa benin na no ne fare bayin o send the governor no ntumi njina ne nando saban ne kache na Kufu Addo na Dr. Bawumia na finance minister wa kache no on print sika bi mbra de ka no na yenda azo ya yenda wa da no printing press. I call him governor printer. In a governor printer or print sika de ma bani. The kind of sika wa printing being Sigana in history with that.
And the printing you use here and the literal meaning of printing. Yeah,
printing of money in economics means when the central bank releases sika, it's called printing of money.
On the old cheska there.
No, just can otra. Sika win try obey the win otra. Otra. Okay. Say it can say do go vote him. Let's say releaser. You have not printed.
You have not printed. Okay, fine.
But say try say releaser. I print. Because I'm printing na me dish dem I mean printing Adam Boa. Into otra no we release am ban. Oche we increase government in the balance sheet. Them case so central bank will print sikanas whatever. It's in economics we call it high powered money. Or create overheating in the system. Them overheating now or creating or no leading to inflation. It's so basic and fundamental. So basic. Monetary economics culture there is something you don't do. Sebeye cry you do it very little. On into the Ghana and Bremen. First in a year 10% of previous year's revenue. In the year 2016, under President Mahama, your core parliament, your amended law, no, you're reducing from 10% of previous year's revenue because you're paying inflation never form. And as a result, you're reducing 5% of previous year's revenue. What he has done is about 30% of previous year's revenue.
30%.
30%. It been sida. The Ekwana, no, it's not even 30% because the previous year, no, it was about, they had 2022, the revenue was under 90 billion. In an uncle to print 45%, 45 billion in 1 year. Yeah. So it's about 50%.
That's almost 50.
50% of previous year's revenue. I mean, it been sida. Nebi sana osimi save Ghana. Nebi sana Ekwana or the Ghana fadron. Ujafo in that hunchra your system no munano. Let us blame President Akufo-Addo. Let us blame the chairman of the economic management team, Alhaji Bawumia. Because our Alhaji Bawumia, you do a Bank of Ghana pen. You call yourself Mr. Strategist. You are the same person who is telling us the economic wizard. In fact, blueprint MPP for implement is your strategy. MPP one economic blueprint or any strategy. And now, after instead of the advice one, you are the chairman of the economic management team. Then Ashem Crowfree Putupa. I'm a finance minister, Wafra governing, my wait Prisika Prudo onto them just to finance the government expenditure.
How would you react to 1 hour back there? Since 2007, I first Eurobond. Government after government, I rely on Eurobond receipt to do a lot of things in our system. And once we were locked out of the capital market, government was left with no option.
No, first of all, the 45, no, that is the mistake. You see, say, in your financing difficulty, the first thing you do is to check your expenditure. But they went on overdrive. It be on the second so what printing on what the year then. So central bank printed for you 77 billion in 2 years. Let them show us what they use the money for. Consumption. So some of these consumption expenditures you could have cut them and
not unnecessary consumption.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Because the wastage in the system kabana butum wa cutting or crab abana one cutting. It's a problem that you woman see or self-inflicted. I'm a finance minister. Naming financing difficulty. In fact, even deficit no crown war run and it was too high. You don't need rocket science to tell you that would deficit that run no crown or debt to do because we're unsustainable. Oh no, my Ghana yen debt unsustainable because you were adding public debt at an exponential levels, increasing at a very increasing rate, fast use and boat speed. In a debt, or accumulate that speed. So first of all, you should have reduced your fiscal deficit. How do you reduce your fiscal deficit? One, you can use revenue compliance measures or revenue measures to increase the revenue and cut expenditure, or both. I would say you increase expenditure, increase expenditure. Increase expenditure, and so instead of you going to look for financing, Ghana for it's a central bank on print amount. But
in terms of reducing expenditure, we are present 2 budgets to our MPs in Parliament.
Correct.
In those budgets, one more clear strategy on how they are cutting down expenditure, including what the appointees want salaries though by 30%, fuel coupons, and a host of other.
Okay, so first of all, budget is an estimate.
Absolutely.
So wabutum waka. But what is the
outends? No, okay.
Outend no bear no with Asema okay, it was a hoax.
Hoax.
Because outends ni natural expenditure was rather elevated. There is nowhere in the budget outends and fiscal numbers no about out not that banwa cutting expenditure. So they will come to Parliament, and I have said, and I'm on record to have said that all these numbers they are churning out and I work on one seminar or a cosmetic. Until the market market so many times or a cosmetic. Because in some of our can test no budget no fiscal table no on reflect. So you could see that or a political statement. Aberdeen Academy. In the debt, you won't be a Ghana's debt war. Yen debt are unsustainable. To the extent today, Sisiano, Ghana or money in a bankruptcy into Yanko. Yabakawama, Minyokasi, Euro bond holders. Countries are yet to one cow all over the world. In a Euro bond holders. Banks are yet to one cow all over the world. Minyokasi, ye defaulter, ya suspend interest and principal payment. That's where we are as a country. In the Bank of Ghana, no so what print is coming here, no. Abano so wakacho on the sika printing mami we now or your bossa the bomb so on to me to my Bank of Ghana so we gunaka. First of all, abano bobusa to the stand today Oman Ghana, we became bankrupt. Nti obi ampere boy and bosa bio. In fact, munu ampem. Inye bank inye ampem wo na bank bi wo ha. Obo ampem bosa one bo Ghana bosa because we feed ampem or more credit worthy than the bank. Abedin some cause Ghana into mintua. The moment Ghana decided that why then want to be into pay, no what ten one who call Mr. Printer ho, Bank of Ghana Governor Addison, the printer. Who come pay no so don't worry, I'll start printing for you. To yes the capital once I come vault no the way yiska. I'm in charge. All what I would do is that because we've been locked out of the capital market, they are sending you a signal. The signal that baby a wobusaro kono into mintua. Into first of all, check your lifestyle. Obi. Set way bank bia na do bia so mbo busa o chede ini sika butumetua. What do you do? Iboko be fufura kwaje busa fufura. You check your lifestyle. Or dey hu there wo car da na ekitan. Say first no 5 liter car, reduce it, sell it. Nato say 1 liter car. Na wo expenses wo sika won sabekan etuma so. But you don't continue digging. Na ban wa dig am bank no wegun.
But them in cutting down with expenditure, no, they are not things as a year ebenya results no immediately. No. Memor example, inti say yemfande this year at the budget statement reba parliament.
Correct.
Na aya wadwen there epede eto expenditure.
Correct.
The next month you would have to pay salaries. If you decide to cut expenditure, how long would it take for that to reflect in revenue rather than Bank of Ghana for direct money?
I think it's immediate. And don't forget, I've been a deputy minister of finance before. I think it's immediate because it prepare a budget, a medium-term expenditure framework, and current year budget. So ministries now what they want budget about.
Whatever.
They bring their wish list. I call it wish list.
Okay.
You as the Minister of Finance, you have to prepare what we call resource envelope. Resource envelope in your day. But who sika ibenya and na dodo a pede iboka ho. No your total resources available to you.
Yes.
Sika erekobo bosan. Se feel the bosan into ibo into bintua they reduce another imbokra. Then I will tell you as a Minister of Roads today, even though a per day is in your car by 70 kilometers, because me is 10 kilometers. I would them. Then you give them that resource envelope. Only envelope or don't prepare one budget in line with. But how are you Minister of Finance? If you the governor who wants to overprint the account, that whatever baby has in the one call, no one can yeah. That's what happens. In so be a culture there, it will take forever. And San Aban is wrong. Even wages. Say me feel there where the country has gotten to. I have to borrow and pay wages. Next the country is going to collapse. And remember central bank where then we're printing more the inflation. Baba. As a Minister of Finance, you have a responsibility to meet with the TUC
on Asempa FM.
Like organized labor.
Organized labor. And organized labor, don't get them wrong. I've never seen a group of people as intelligent as them. They have high-level labor economists and all kind of economists. They'll run the numbers with you. They know the implication. They say, one say a busa was central bank inflation inflation one is Canada will be eroded eventually because say imam 100 Ghana cedis bosom. That's the prices of goods and services or stable 100 Ghana cedis no obosumity. But prices of goods and services or gallopa or started or 100 cedi no will end up to about let's say 30 Ghana cedis in real terms. So they know all of this. So clearly our minister responsible for finance and the economic management team, led by the vice president Alhaji Bawumia, they failed to inform the stakeholders of this country the true meaning of where we are going. On the baby, including the governor, on the Nejumoya and the Wahinsikara print amon.
Mama, another practical scenario. Our country and in fact the whole world was hit by COVID. Seba Ghana yen revenue sources, no one key revenue source yen port. The port was locked for close to 8 months. The airport the same, and these are areas yen ska massively edifi. Workers majority were not going to work. Most of them were at home. They were still paid. Say if them background no reba, where were revenue sources in now blocked? Enyisika Unfortunately, also, you've been locked out of the capital market. Baby, and keeping your easy money. Edabesha economy. Say a finance minister, a Bank of Ghana governor in charge of monetary policy, finance minister in charge of fiscal policy. What can you do if you have a central bank set up to come to the rescue of the country? Why won't you rely on them?
Okay, so COVID year, Minister of Finance will call bond market to borrow for the record. Okay. They went and borrowed about 3 billion Ghana cedis.
Okay. That's 2020.
2020. Okay. They borrowed 20 billion Ghana cedis.
Okay.
Early, they went very early to borrow. Number two, say if you are confronted with a situation of revenue all down, there are things you can do. First of all, you have to find alternative sources of revenue. And I'll give you an example. Time I was shut down airport.
Yes.
What happened? The same airport in a Warabano, where you see a company called Frontier, walk through the COVID test. Yeah. Them sikan instead of government taking action, next sikan by government when them private sector. And ask yourself that this kind of money them company wunya last time remember the ukuje to ablakwa or to say sika them offend the frontiers in wunya Senka Ghana Airport Company, another government of Ghana, National Ghana Health Service, where them activity now in Kesika Ibinyan revenue will be alternative to this. To Sekai Yenya Airport. To have Scali be an alternative. But government lost that opportunity. On in nature, you have a choice. A choice to cut down certain expenditure lines. Yes, government you when decided obey the margin. Rather no, because of the elections. And you can check across the country. There, in fact, across Africa, the countries are COVID obey in Chawan Kagana, or so many other countries. Yes. As a result, we should be an expenditure lines, no one deficit will running. Ghana is the only country will run a deficit double digit, 12.1% of GDP fiscal deficit. Because
Ghana we did only things country to save our people.
Because because we overspent. And if you drill down next countries there's something different among all of us. Two things. One, Ghana is the only country where run a fiscal deficit of 12.something%. Again, Ghana is the only country where elections that year. Is the only country where elections on that day, that year. So clearly it's election-related expenditure and not COVID-related expenditure. Ghana is the only country. And I have the table I can share with you. It's a World Bank data. You can check from the World Bank website.
But if your elections...
Ivory Coast.
Yes.
Ivory Coast.
Yes.
So on that year, fiscal deficit our running is about 4.something%. We run fiscal deficit in double digit, 12.1%, or so I think 12.1 or 12.2%. That's the only country. 1 year. Even that said below the line items here, what they can, the fiscal deficit will be going to about 15% 1 year. It's part of the reason why we are.
COVID.
And then young problems say you or precede COVID. 2019 you started your sound alarm warnings. You can check. Google and see. 2019, I warned that the government will take steps that we will default within 1 year. What happened? I warned because the numbers were clear. We were getting there. In moving Zamana, why hiding what that's a capital and why offering below the line, they were above the line. Let's say your debt sustainability. Clearly, Ghana was going down the drain. If we were going down, we're crashing. That's why we are where we are. And then you would COVID time in what chase Kade Kelewele. Mintum the MPs no anyway 4 of us, we are all members of parliament. COVID time. MPP government, they shared money. As if the world chair granite.
They want to small businesses now.
Look, I said one vice chairman be
one for and send some okay. Parliamentary candidate. Who was Sablugo was said Sika what chair. No, ABF was sending no constituency. Sanerugo. Besian on your 200,000 vice chairman in your business what Chisikande Kelewele
constituency
into what Chisikande Kelewele and the they were expecting there Ghana Bay what it is into where we are now. Obi Governor Addison, Mr. Printer, Finance Minister, one program, one bond, and Mr. Strategist, our Vice President, and one na was say or man would be
now election related expenditure say for the fair because not meaning that historically yen elections are funded by yen donor partners for the first time, the government of Ghana bore the cost of our elections completely, and that surely will add to election expenditure.
I don't think it's the first time, isn't it? Because 2016, the government of Ghana bore the expenses
completely.
Yeah, completely. I don't know of any donor contribution. I don't know. Maybe donor training but I'm not aware that any elections for a long time donor be no elections in my hand. But election expenditure, no. Again, as a finance minister who is prudent, you know that elections are for 4 years.
Yes.
So in 4 years' time, you start planning. You see, you save during good days, and you spend during bad times. So you save something, set up an escrow, be paying into it as an election-related expenditure. That is what you should do as a finance minister. I would say, you run the country as if there's no problem, and then run it aground, send us to a bottomless pit to destroy our livelihood completely, as if now we don't have a country.
But the escrow account for elections, because you've been in the finance ministry before. Why do you think it should be done now?
You see, so Minister Tepe once again, Minister Tepe any time, when you make the election-related expenditure, he introduced the word escrow account in our body politics in the finance ministry. So he started saving for that election-related expenditure. Electoral Commission particular expenditure. That's what he did.
And there are records to show that.
Yeah. You can ask him. Call him. There are records. Call Mr. Minister Tepe. To the extent today, he knew that year election fiscal deficit because of on account of one-off electoral commission expenditure, we always call it one-off. And so he started preparing towards it.
Even Eurobond, started setting money aside.
Even Eurobond, Ekaya, Minister Tepe set up escrow account. In fact, we call it sinking fund. Sinking fund. No Odyssey Katum. That is why MPP Bay, January, what Bay, January, no, June, loan follow due, Pepe, they were able to pay without talking up to them because the money was there, sitting idle, waiting for it to be paid. Because of setting up sinking fund for that purpose. That's prudence. That is prudence. That is prudence.
I mean, I suspend this year. What arrangements are they putting in place?
Those monies will be paid.
Yes.
So, Odi, but leader, in your press conference again, a make mention of some expenditure
lines
as a Bank of Ghana weighing care.
Correct.
All these was contained in the report.
It's not my saying, it is in the annual report.
Yes.
Of the Bank of Ghana for the year 2022. That is published on the Bank of Ghana's website.
Yes.
And what's the motor vehicles? And running of the motor vehicles cost on 131.6 million Ghana cedis. The basic that down 131 billion. No. 100 and something. I mean, humpo or pay. Yeah, no, also do 130. No, over 100.
No, but why do you say
it's about trillion?
Why do you say also do? About
okay. So first, you have to compare it. 1.6 trillion. My God. 1.3 billion. First of all, besides what the previous year Sikahina was spending.
Yes.
Previous year.
On the same
expenditure, they spent slightly under 50 million Ghana cedis. So what they spent in the year 2022 is 114% more than what they spent than the previous year. 131.6 million Ghana cedis. Professor Champon, also 1.3 trillion Ghana cedis. Sika was spending motor vehicle.
Ghana cedis
131.6 million Ghana cedis.
So that should be 1.3 billion.
No, not 1.3 billion, trillion.
Multiple about 10,000.
Okay.
1.3 trillion. Now, them sika what's what to come fit afu.
Is that what you
vehicle maintenance and why no maintain if it have no maintain vehicle maintenance
only maintenance on motor vehicles
what's the oil what's the tires
if it have function sika wo come on
brake parts
now if it have function sika wo come
honorable as we speak, and maybe because of Parliament, what recess in have you gotten the opportunity to look at the numbers? What constitute away composite figures?
No, but
you know the breakdown.
How are we going to get Auditor General one report? One can say one auditors. No, Deloitte.
No, use classification.
No, but so no. So as MPs, you have the power to request.
No, we have to
because
me sure the fit of function what bedroom 1.3 trillion. Fita fusika dem fita funkotin 1.3 trillion.
Enter me busa say no, why them until me say there in the absence of the breakdown, why would you say it also if you don't have the breakdown?
No, but you want to say no work of by the sika with them fita for. What's the brake parts? What ties? 1.3 trillion.
The American say no, hold on. The American say to be able to arrive at the conclusion say esono. You have to appreciate the breakdown.
Previous year was spent about 50-60 million. Now I did now call 131.6 million. 1.3 trillion Ghana sikada do no me fita fon kotin sika waje fi Bank of Ghana. Dama oye mama me pede me pisa fit enyu kron na wo de dem sika man. Obo wo sika papa.
Other expenditure line.
On the next year what's sika wo do tukan?
Traveling expenses.
2022 97.4 million Ghana cedis. Ghana sika dada onomo ahe 970 billion Ghana cedis.
974 billion.
So this represents 246% increase over the previous year.
The previous year na figure na.
So 246% increase. So it means approximately it's about 40 million or less than about 30 million. It's about 30 million. 97.4 million Ghana cedis.
That's traveling expenses.
974 billion old Ghana cedis. Travel expenses. When I'm real, or cotton one ma, or man paying out to can. Now, but if ministers will to can. In the better ones who want to can one spend them ski. Obi, as if that is not enough. Directors remuneration. Osei was spending 8.6 million on directors remuneration.
That maybe members of the board.
Members of the board, where are in? Where are in 12? Impact 12, 8.6 million Ghana cedis.
1 year.
In 1 year. This represents 87% increase over the previous year. So what it means is that we increase one salaries, another one allowances by 87% in 1 year. Over the previous
year. For salaries, by
directors, Impact 12, one could sing for 8.6 million. At the time that the country is in a major distress, economic crisis.
I fear Mamboka.
The directors 12, Munkwamo for 8.6 million. Champion check, Impact Rubia Sikofe.
86 billion.
Some make profit crown a mutiamo.
86 divided by Impact 12.
No, but that's simplistic, honorable.
No, but that is what it is. That is what it is, but that is the only way you can make it.
I fear more boka. Bank na boka.
Impact Rubia divided by 12.
Particular year.
So on average, Impact Rubia
almost double more remuneration. It doesn't make sense.
On average, it's Impact Rubia
7.1 million.
7.1 million. Afeba.
Total near 8.6.
It should be
like 700.
No. It's 700. It's about Ghana than 7 point something.
Sure.
700,000. Impact would say.
Yeah, it should be 700,000.
A day. What you got? I'm saying. I mean, how? At the time that the economy is in a major distress, banking supervision, because what was spending 357.9 million Ghana cedis.
What is wrong with that? Because you ask them there, they should supervise the banks well.
Well, only 357 million. Okay, you find the war you wait, you the phone and chow. You second one. Osei was spending 67.9 million on computer expenses.
What does that mean? No, that
computers and servicing of computers. Almost as a hardware computer. Computer expenses. Computer that down our computer money be cost 67.9 million Ghana cedis. Sika this computer said now work off a fit or service
computer expenses.
Computer
I don't just a computer say.
And the computer no expenses ya computer no expenses ya
computers for cry.
And to make us a computer expense bit my computers for and
no for cry. Edi bakane sika da no mo yan 67.9.
No, that's 670
billion.
679 billion.
Wow. Computers, I'm saying. Or your computer shop. Central Bank or computer shop.
What we know? Import two computers.
What we know? What's the computers and so? Friend and communications. So why a press conference? And one. Obi, me sure that can be. What's 32 million. 320 billion. Solid the work from a meeting Ukraine communication expenses. 32 million Ghana cedis. Another 320 billion.
No, but communication expenses and yet will not just be press conferences.
But then, we'll for MPC meeting press conference. Next time we'll for our
website.
Yes, and no internet into me
internet and communication expenses, internet and or internet and all 32 million, 320 billion. Communication expenses. What's for friends and trouble? Until next time, next time we'll for press conference because Sika will try to win.
No, but honorable, I need to ask this question. For the Bank of Ghana, every year, who approves their budget?
I will come there. I'm coming there. But my man can you we are my one budget. Okay. And what's it? Undisclosed expenses. Undisclosed in the document. Undisclosed expenses. 287.8 million Ghana cedis. So this represents about 287 billion Ghana cedis. Undisclosed expenses. No, it's not billion. It's trillion. 2.8 trillion. Undisclosed. Oh no. Bank of Ghana. Why one national security? One come undisclosed. On expenditure, what spender miscellaneous? I one come 287.8 million. Equivalent old Ghana cedis 2.8 trillion. Undisclosed. I'm not the one saying this. Deloitte on their website. That is the document from the Bank of Ghana. They themselves.
But does the Parliament of Ghana approve these figures?
You see, Obi, Bank of Ghana one budget in the Parliament of Ghana approve that.
Since time immemorial.
And I think it must change. We guarantee Central Bank functional autonomy. Functional autonomy, no. One core functions of constitution on price stability and development.
Yes.
Price stability.
Yes.
We recognize that one they should have autonomy. We recognize that. We recognize that activities of the Monetary Policy Committee (MPC) should never be subjected to any form of external influence. We recognize that. But the use of public fund must be subject to parliamentary scrutiny. Because the parliament here scrutinize the matter. As if that is not enough, do you know that as we speak, Bank of Ghana will see head office for FOFRA?
I was started about time.
I feel like the January was December. It's time my economic crisis no taming was started.
We'll break it ground.
Was started. $250 million.
No, I've seen that construction now.
$250 million equivalent 3 billion Ghana cedis. The Ghana cedis down 3 billion 3 billion
30 trillion
30 trillion. Officer Sebe Bank of Ghana in the midst of economic crisis. What do you see? This is insensitive, huh? And let me tell you, I'm very angry. I'm very, very angry. As a Ghanaian.
With head office
I'm not only the head office, I'm very angry looking at Ekwana Bank of Ghana insensitive at the time a country look through mess must spend the sika anyhow with the sika basa what the yanzama a conference your friend a journalist at 32 million a computer expenses fit a funkoting 131 million there sika basa watches wakoto watches unkoting $2 million watches to give to who masa Asa, let's get serious as a country.
Watches need to know
documenting watches or documenting.
But this is not the first time a Bank of Ghana has been embroiled in that controversy about watches.
There
were one directors.
I watch. I know what I. The Wabama Kofa Kwasam was you in Ethiopia. What is going on? What is going on?
Timing is very important.
What is going on? In the Asha Kwana Bank of Ghana or Koda, handed Ayaka there. Governor Addison and the deputies, they have to go.
2 deputies and the governor, no?
Yes, they have to go.
Among resign free,
they should go. They should go. So the NDC minority in parliament, we are demanding that the governor and his deputies must resign. We demand this.
With immediate effect,
we've given them 21 days ultimatum to resign, because we recognize that government must spend some time to scout for a governor. So 21 days is reasonable. Aside that, we recognize the governor will not prepare a handing over note. No, then Zamatutuye, the new governor Babafa. So 21 days is fine. We are starting from today. I think Oboson on the 3rd or 4th of September. By that time, we expect that he should leave. So when leaver, NDC MPC Nara will call on you, Obi, to join us to help save our country and to secure our country.
Now, on but would he resign? Because
he has to go.
Bank of Ghana has an interesting structure.
Yes.
The directors are here, board, no? The board is chaired by the governor.
Exactly.
And the Ekade were 12, and the 2 deputies are part of those directors.
Exactly.
In the Ekade, governor or chair of the board on resign. No, 2 deputies are members of that board. Now other board members are working.
No, I don't wait now. So yeah, Jerome wants to walk. But in the meantime, first thing first, governor non co.
Now the deputies
won't co. On uncle think about my boarding by diluting. Into a work components of them careful no than at least new leadership, new deputies can guide.
But rather than calling for their resignation, no, why don't you rather initiate a process of proper reforms of the Bank of Ghana structure?
How can we do it from opposition? How can you do it?
But you are parliamentarian.
No, but how are you going to do it? You see, this is a government also in Ethiopia. It's at the papi biara no wa buegu. Nkofo nso watching hen by one. Nti say yakone yakwakoto aba. What the one do no ya no we be to. Even though you be resolve there, will fight against it. But this government will insist they will use their numbers and torpedo you. So the best thing is that we will use popular action against the governor. We have asked him to leave in 21 days. It is for his own good. He should leave. Let us get a new governor. So within 21 days we'll go and pick it.
And they leaving would stop expenses.
See, first of all, we heard the governor response. Us and there, we should blame the domestic debt exchange.
Yes.
Because government of Ghana negative equity. First, Bank of Ghana will make losses of 60.8 billion.
Yes.
Sika were writing off is 48 billion. Okay. So even before they wrote off that 48 billion, say to 48 and 60 billion, or without the write-off on 12 billion as a result of this kind of expenditure, 12 billion. So it can't be true that it's only the domestic debt restructuring. It can't be true. Again, domestic debt restructuring now, without recourse to parliament is illegal, and we will not accept it. We will not accept that. And we repeat, the NDC minority will not accept for the governor to unilaterally write off government of Ghana's debt amounting to 48.4 billion without recourse to parliament. He doesn't respect us. It's impunity. It's impunity, and it must stop, because the PFM Act is clear. State agents, all covered entity, if you are writing off any debt, you should come to parliament. It's clear. So he has flouted that. Aside that, as we speak, the Bank of Ghana, our negative equity of 51 billion, 55.1 billion, 55 in the domestic debt exchange now, we're writing off 444 in the film. Even before the domestic debt exchange, negative equity no ansana, all because of the activities of the central bank. So clearly, government and the governance, they have failed big time. The mess we have seen is unprecedented in the history of this country. It's Gangantuan. We are in a terrible mess. So governor no one call. Nessa printing now stop her. You crown on koye. But obi before and mama my colleagues you are baby. The central bank as we speak has negative equity of 55.1 billion. They've not stopped digging. They are building head office $250 million US, about 30 trillion Ghana cedis. Are worries in CCR. Do you know something? A company or negative equity, another state institution, a central bank or negative equity. It means in this case why there is the you are going to continue printing. Into printing, a work of the world print and a world dig hole to build a head office, and it's moving at a supersonic speed.
Or a head office building.
Yes. So you see, it's the insensitivity attached to their mismanagement that shocks me.
What if they tell you the building of that head office began way before this crisis on the back then? Was that a long time?
I don't think it began before the crisis. You see, even if it begins before the crisis and you are not in a position to pay,
you can halt it.
You can halt it and come back later. If, for instance, you spend 10 million or even 20 million, now one can say negative equity, my company first thing you should do is the bank nego. Central bank or negative equity. That is why in the IMF document, the Memorandum of Economic and Financial Policy, MEFP, paragraph 18, I entreat you to check. You can print the MEFP from the IMF website for Ghana. Osei clearly that the IMF will work with the government of Ghana to start the process and to plan how to recapitalize the central bank. So the Bank of Ghana will be recapitalized. And that is, there's only one way I will be able to recapitalizing. The burden or the incident will be on the ordinary people. They are going to introduce a tax. Bank of Ghana recapitalization levy. But before Ghanaians pay,
has a bill been presented?
Oh, no, it will come. It will come. It's clear. I mean, if that thing is negative equity, it's in the IMF document. It's a parliament. It's a PC performance criteria that you have to do it. You have to show us how you recapitalize the central bank, because bank nego. In fact, Bank of Ghana is bankrupt.
Guno might not be
bankrupt.
Because you are minority leader.
No, but anything
you say affects the market.
So if something is bankrupt,
Guno might not be good for
no fancy then bankruptcy, no fancy then.
Oh, say be omako ahochire mu kakra.
Bankruptcy never. If you have a negative equity of 51.1 billion, you will have the Bank of Ghana. Banks be in your negative equity or collapse on. Are you aware? The Bank of Ghana, one statement was said the banks are insolvent and bankrupt. So I'm using the same words signed by Governor Addison. The UT Bank is bankrupt and insolvent because they have negative equity. You remember? The same Governor Addison issued a statement and listed a number of banks, Sovereign Bank, a number of them, including Beige Capital and
Capital Bank,
and Ekri do for the bank, offended Unibank. When also there, they are insolvent because they have negative equity and they are bankrupt into a collapsing. Now we have a situation. The central bank is in a very worse position. All the banks in the country, one loss is another one negative equity where Kabuma on 55.1 billion at the time we collapse the banks. So how do you want us to describe it?
In 21 days, wankwa wakase mobe pekete ewo Bank of Ghana premises. If that doesn't yield any results, I will be then.
Well, so first we've shown you that we've said that 21 days. Second, we'll match.
Yeah.
Let him defile us, and our all options are on the table. We'll take it from there.
Okay, meaning say I was say ujaye ho echo.
My colleagues in Kasansan.
Okay, very well.
Yes, Yanisa, Governor Addison. Na no question ne say we show say on to be can know entre finance minister ne head of the economic management team no bia. Nia wo bebi san so onye bia obeye papo bonio obeye enunti na afibia workers on print sika or print it me kaibra your leader then ranking member on finance.
Yes,
one of the debates were parliament now or breaking news say abayin apprentice car that time no say 20 billion not knowing me say that day MPP for deny here on the floor and just no quarry ni ade na e buy cry natural so one printing in excess of the 20 billion. One printing in that particular year, no 35 billion. The following year, another 45 billion. Anka Bank of Ghana, e wo mra, e bo ne ho bank, e bo governor no ho bank. Say, yentimi new basa te say na ubeti president betimi aka chere minister say, and then may you ready, or china may you ready. Eyi nti na yes amra no to protect the governor. Na wunya minister bi ne aban bi a ono de o man ne sikasam mfa ne ho no no ane so se print ska no nya an wetimi agina ho na so aka so eyi de me ya e be say o man sikasam ntimi nya ne say. Governor here show clearly say he cannot resist the temptation from aban nti se aka so on santina ho no nya reforms ne ade a enkosi ba bia nti ne hia ne say obetwe ne ho na wo say otimi efi ho a governor foforo bi obeba no obesete abehu say se metie nkrofo yi na manye ne amra eda ho a me nso ochena wo beyi madi se sa fear ne ni ho de a now what are we doing enti ehia pa say Governor Addison obetie na sopam na nka 21 days ya me na me dream say 21 days na doors ododo ya ka leaders o ya man 21 days na on fa
in fact one don't hear man cause China pakran 21 days is good enough
say ne be ma deputy bia acte kakra ko si say wo be ya say ye to anamong if you said near ma ekoso yi say ka say be tena se sa de a o ma no be egu yanso
for more on the finance committee for example and as a parliament as a body you know yenim say mutimi tonsa every appointees be mobile for you to ask them questions. In the case of the Bank of Ghana, no, can you invite the governor?
Yes, we can invite the governor, but on to member abra parliament. You was sitting at Mason is because on your minister of state.
Okay.
In Tichide, you relax the rules. Plenary
on to me, my committee.
Another parliament, a committee of the whole, your friend, them easy to my friend, more but no biano. The time has come. Calling him for me is not enough.
The man.
Because governor no will act with impunity over the years. One, Section 30 of the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act, 612, and Section 60 of the 918.
Yes.
We're breaching. The consequence was Section 67. We breach law. We breach law.
By doing what?
By printing.
Printing, okay.
Because ni repercussion or ho. No repercussion young. And what trabagani padino wakofaba because when two man say no. On the nature, you know, finance committee members what friend no
we say for a long time not on appear.
My Bank of Ghana government.
Yes.
Meaning say more extend this invitation.
Say about 2 weeks ago no ba near who no more than 6 months. That's say the reports are bad. According to chairman, what we invite here, one reason or the other, I won't remember. Not knowing so name the Ekoso. Now me say Obi, even the presidency, one budget, yet national me approval. Why do we have a system governor no or no no chair board? Now on one no approval ne salary they need bribia. Say antisa anka how say afia woboka would be almost double one remuneration. It's because a third idea ni wa otimi ehwe me jetum say one monetary policies near day ye nyama won I know they say wonya sa autonomy no now so eba one administrative expenses near
the use of public
funds say anka afia oboka or the bar parliament say obe spend $250 million SC officer and he be approve manana obi approve near oye nti ote na near pen oye oh nti sa near me na say
my leader this position on use of public funds I was say a band under the radar of parliament no a principle amu hold this is amu opposition no can you commit say when you come to power mubetimi assistance
you see them governing watch the central bank like any other institution, because you see Ghana as a country we respected the central bank, so prestigious to us, and because you don't just appoint a governor, you appoint someone who would stay true. Stay true to the
Yes.
Bank of Ghana Act. But this one has shown us they all stay true to the. So now, Parliament must change its position. The new standing orders are waba out. The new special budget committee will have to take it upon themselves, just like Electoral Commission and a constitutional body in our banner. Bank of Ghana, also a constitutional body created by the Constitution, must also come to Parliament. Now, one for one budget in Bra for approval. So, one call Finance Committee, one call the Special Budget Committee of Parliament. Now, yen to men drill down. Ne yen hu ekwana one sika no because da yen hu nansing it calls for a rethink and them know what build the country. You see, it build the country or continuous improvement.
Yes.
Ashem Brebi, na say hu dem bra no obi ote ho no abuse na or they go back and look at him brand. We are abusing brand to the extent that we cannot continue to give the central bank the total autonomy with the use of public fund. Because you see, after what the Bank of Ghana called bankruptcy, Miss we go Asempa the meka the word we da me pede meka in there. Baby a central bank agree. We need to rely on the taxpayer to recapitalize the bank. The burden is on you and I. You'll be paying a tax after the same central bank will levy inflation tax of 54% on you. Etriama asunsu CCI wasanso ne capital ne in mismanagement. Yetria mismanagement fee of 8.6 to the board members. We paid 8.6 million Ghana cedis mismanagement fee. Yadamahon. Then mismanagement one negative equity about for this negative equity of 51 million. We have to 55 billion. We have to take steps as a country to repay this in a form of taxation. Because government of Kobo Busa cry, but you see, as we're locking out, him from your Kobo Busa bill. Chide, ye kratoto. Nabaye infienum, infiesia, another infidu. Ghana, ye trace the Mutona, copy time, a central bank of Benanando. Baby Addison, Mr. Printer, or the Ghana could do.
The Mami Busa asked a question, and they say, if you want to stretch the argument, some will say, before 2016, we had a crisis of a sort as a country. Around that same period, the Bank of Ghana built a hospital, the bank hospital.
Because they made profit.
No, because I was a member of the board at the time. We made a profit of 700 million. In fact, we paid dividend apart from after we build the hospital, was also to a dividend to the government of the Republic,
the central government.
to the government of the Republic of Ghana. They pay dividend. So this one is not dividend too. Negative equity.
So who make a profit?
Before you see, I make a profit now. So since new office, I have no issue. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying central bank should not build a head office, but I'm saying you should build a head office at the right time.
Okay.
You should build a head office at the right time, and not times like this. Times like this, as sebe nimpa no ho yen na kro no resen e wodem sike ya enfon support Ghana, enfon support Kroya. Sisi ankrofo nyedi banindi. So the question is, where is their priority? Where is their priority as the Central Bank of the Republic of Ghana? Bank of Ghana. That's where we have a problem. So Obi, before I made make a sebo query, make a kakra.
Okay.
Parliament of Ghana. You spend this year.
130 years.
30 years anniversary of multi-party democracy. And I have said, and I'm on record to have said that since independence, Yenya constitution and 4 constitutions. In between what topo constitution, Yenya democracy, Yenya military rule and all. Ghana became ups and downs for the country. This democracy is the most enduring democracy. Yeah, 30 years, because it is the one that has given us the opportunity to sit here and also to join. It is the one that will give opportunity to you and your children to also contribute your quota towards the nation building.
Yeah,
multi-party democracy. All my political parties diverse. I drain Obia Betran. That doesn't make us enemies. That means Bank of Ghana why bonia. But all committee do not so ye juma. That's why Papa Mobo Semaman or bono de Butumaka. And Asema Mekemobua. And the need for us to work together to build our country. That is what America is doing. That is what UK is doing. That's what most countries are doing. And we all know that for the country to progress, it's only multi-party democracy. So you started your friend and 30 years, right? Honorable Speaker Bagbin. Or the MPC now you're taught across the country.
Okay.
Not long ago, occur northern part of the country. No. Yeah, football, MPP, NDC, here now your boy. Boy, in fact, Mentuman Kobi, one of our queno, a bottom I check on social media and parliament, Facebook, we when our tenacity would D, we both sides, NDC, MPP, your call, Yempin Bikran, Fiena, but that does not mean that we are not doing our work.
Okay.
But to bring cohesion, as we speak, here the southern sector.
Okay.
Southern sector, no, you was Cape Coast in a Takrady. And I'm in your Cassie, you were Takrady. Your Takrady, and me here, I'll be a press conference. My colleague and deputy, Honorable Kofi Amabua, is there, leading the minority and working with the speaker.
Okay.
MPP side also one representative for her. Mimdo and Honorable Kobi.
Kobi Otreda, Western Regional Minister.
Western Regional Minister. Yeah. So they are moving together. Work on an anchor, oh, yeah, and answer. We were in Cape Coast.
Okay.
Cape Coast. In Cape Coast, I was your Cape Coast in your Kosra, Nana Kwesiata.
Yeah.
Nepalese. You are here in a quarter hotel crew, you are Koyeduma. So in between, you know, Mokotu Minia, Kwame na Fenyo market.
Okay.
So Numuna Yetinahon.
Now also Cape Coast.
Also Cape Coast. Yena Yetina see your Kosi also on Poye late into a bed on a hotel. Then we went there during the time here in Yetihona. Obi trap picture. And Obi so or record the Abra time or a casa. I even posted it and said that we are celebrating our 30th anniversary more of multi-party democracy. And that doesn't mean there's something.
Okay.
But when there people are commenting on it as if he invited me out for records. Kwame na Afenyo Market was not the one who invited me, and I don't invite him. Baby, and I don't treat him. In fact, even my birthday was the day before. Okay.
No, but it's good you brought this.
So it's important I clear the air. No. So me pede mema NDC supporters what's us today.
Okay.
I remain loyal and I will do whatever it takes to hold the governments accountable for adibia wobeyibia that is against the country. In fact, I'll hold their feet
to the
fire of accountability. And anyone who knows me knows that I can smile with you. And my colleagues are here. They know who I am. But there's a line, Chinese wall between me and my work. And then the kind of person I am. And I stay true to that. That is how I'm defined. That is me. I can't change. Because that is how I'm made of. That is my training. That you can be so nice to you, but doesn't stop me from doing my job, and I'll do the job judiciously.
But would you agree to 1 hour back there? So for that typical foot soldier, be it for MPP, for NDC, who picture be the man for the optics, they will go like,
what is this?
Minority leader na deputy majority leader who did the war so when people are going through for the optics, no.
Okay, so
I agree. When I work at it, maybe it was not.
I may agree. Okay. Let me say that first of all, it is not like a minority leader and a minister.
Okay,
it's a minority leader and a colleague leader
in
parliament. Yeah. So you may have to immediately think that it may be a leadership meeting.
Okay.
Here now. Okay. So for instance, the activity now, 30th anniversary is happening in Central Region.
Okay.
And I am the minority leader
who is also
from the region and an MP from that region.
Yeah.
Okay. He's also a deputy majority leader from the region.
Yeah.
Okay, and he can't absent himself, even though he was late in attending the main function.
Sure.
He has to show face.
Sure.
Why late? We were all in the same place. Preparing to go to Takrady, but I have to come back. In fact, as I speak with you, I have to go back to Cape Coast because the speaker is coming to Cape Coast tomorrow morning
from Takrady.
Okay. And we are going to hold mock parliament at the University of Cape Coast. And they just called me that they want me to be the guest of honor. There. So I even have to go and prepare and all of that. And in that meeting, I won't be there alone.
Yeah.
I'll be there with 12 additional NDC MPs and 10 MPP MPs. All of us will be together.
Yeah.
Seeing us is to show that multi-party democracy is the only way out. Because Sebe Kuze Yempo Yempe and Ghana free now they military rule is not an option. where we are now, democracy no obokodo. Yes, we have difficulties in this democracy, like what we are seeing with the Bank of Ghana. We need to enact laws and use tools around democracy to get him out. Yes, there's a call for us to relook at the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, because one president in too much power, we have made him an elected dictator. But that does not mean we should do coup d'etat. We will have to sit together as one people to amend the constitution. We need MPP NDC to strengthen the constitution and stand the test of time. But I strongly believe that coup d'etat is not an option, and multi-party democracy is the only way to make this country a success. And you agree with me that 30 years of democracy, country may move in spite of our difficulties. We have achieved some successes. It's only Nanado now setting back 30 years ago, but the kind of progress I make as a country, is commendable. Let's protect this democracy.
So because Nanado was setting back 30 years ago, I mean, say for the past 6-7 years, is anything positive about this administration?
The kind of, I mean, you see, Ujaf Mamakasim Abana President Mills, JJ Rawlings we saw what he do. In fact, people are saying that President JJ Rawlings came in as a military ruler, but he left as a true Democrat. True Democrat. He came in, built a country, and handed over to J. Kufuor. J. Kufuor came, contributed his quota, and handed over to J. Mills. Mills built the country, built on the back of J. Kufuor, built it and handed over to President Mahama. President Mahama took it to another level, built a solid country, and handed over to President Nana Akufo-Addo. What are we saying? We've gone back. Abofraba enanka yedu a friend in university anka yebo we university by yahwe mamen since we dey back to KG1
enya one positive thing
I'm bom the moment I mean the free we good on okra we good in fact nan say mo one woman free SHS for it's banning
what supply food
won tua honka nti amena menu anemi bi kra yakwa kwasra hon bi o picketing wonye dibanin ponzi yakototo dibanin kakra mo ne won kasa yapo honchao ansa na ba no kotua ka so many ano. So to the average NDC supporter out there, me meeting Kwamena, baby. No, invite him. We were in a parliamentary function. And parliamentary function, all of us eat. And equal parliament in there. Your committee meetings.
One lobby.
Yeah, lobby. Why I'm here now? Translate it. But me better than MPP to win him. Yeah. Jokes and azi. Saba parliament, you say it or no Martin. Say eco committee. I'm not nahi. We eat together, Jaja. You know, but it doesn't stop the work.
In fact, Anka won't initiate crown. I won't minister baby. Anka, no problem.
No problem.
I will say some jokes can be expensive.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Honorable Markin. I grow now. Say, after A, me the naba when he knew very well, saying, and
you saw my body language. You saw my body language. Body language that was funny. So I'm not interested. But as I've lived in Parliament for 15 years, so you don't expect me the MPP near the Mercy. But that doesn't stop my work
from doing your work.
It doesn't stop me from doing my work. Because humanity, I have to do it, and I'll continue doing it, and nothing will stop me. My pledge is to lead the NDC minority to a proper victory. I will move from minority to my majority.
One resolve to solidarize with one colleagues. One same workout, including your honorable self. We good.
Yeah, good. And again, thank you for reminding me. If there's anybody on MPP for baby business, it shouldn't be me, because you know what they are doing to me over nothing. I don't really want to go into the substance of the matter because the matter is in court. But if there's anybody, it should be me. I will not be the one to be sitting and be happy with MPP or be cutting deals with them, because you know how they are treating me. Aside that, you've seen my work since 2017. If there's anybody who has taken them to the cleaners and has said what they are doing is wrong in plain language without embellishing it and saying it true, you are here. You know, you can't talk about two people without mentioning my name. And I've done my job truly, and I'll continue to do my job truly. Nothing will stop me. But hey, I'm serving my country. It's Ghana that I'm serving. I swore to protect and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as a member of Parliament, and that is what I.
Now, Bank of Ghana website, now share reconstitution of the board. Was it the government has communicated the reconstitution of the membership of Bank of Ghana Board of Directors as follows?
Yeah.
Onye ndeu. Our one website that Dr. Ernest Addison. Dr. Maxwell Opoku Afari, on or a deputy, first deputy. Okay, Mrs. Elsie Ado Awaji,
second deputy.
Okay,
they came to replace us.
Dr. Samuel Ninoy Ashon,
Ninoy, former Minister of State.
Okay, Mr. Joseph B. Al Hassan.
Okay, I don't know him.
Dr. Kwame Owusu Nyantechi.
Okay, Dr. Nyantechi, I know him.
Mr. Andrew Adinote Boy Do.
Non-active members.
Yeah, Mr. Andrew Adinoti Boydo.
Nyantechi, no, I don't know a pool man.
Why?
Dr. Nyantechi.
Who's a pool day?
Pullman camping a hotel, so there.
President Kufuor in-law. In the bench. On a
Dr. Kwame Owusu Nyantechi.
Still our Bank of Ghana board.
And Mr. Andrew Adinoti Boydo. Mrs. Comfort F. Okran, Mr. Jude Kofi Bakno, Miss Angela Trematin Jimo, Dr. Regina Ohene Dakun Educhum, Professor Eric Osei Esibe.
But no wonder Professor Esibe is now quiet because Dr. Esibe. Time when we were in government.
Minister of Finance sits on the board.
So
yeah, but
we check well.
That be 12, NIPA 12. Anyway, John.
Finance committee work. I said but they are taking steps to replace him with Amin Anta.
And then maybe his name would have to be updated. List
the recent appearance.
Number 12, here, Professor Eric was a SCB. That's what's here.
So this is the board members that were replacing Professor Esibe. You remember? Time between 2013 to 2016, he was the lead one person, no always okasa about economic issue. Since you are okay board, no, when was the last time? Go back.
But leader, who said Obi
part of the 8.6 million.
Obi I'm sure we'll be between it twice. Sir, Bank of Ghana, why not approve of budget?
Yes.
When a critical issue, we need to look at it because the governor, a chair of the board,
sure.
Or no determine allowances. We be the only determine BBR. Nothing comes to Parliament for approval. Eti nipa na ohwe sika no so no they take a decision ama no. So we need to look at the law.
The reform thing now
yes,
but Obi before my hand over my Onobekeche.
Join the panel.
There are best practices across the world. I think time has come for us to relook your governance architecture of the central bank, Bank of Ghana.
Sure.
Bank of England, still the Treasury, our Ministry of Finance were UK, or was some handle on the Bank of Ghana,
the central
bank. The use of public fund is only monetary policy in our functional autonomy. Yeah. I think Ghana must move that line. There are so many other countries one budget in one actions or are subject to the supervision of the central bank. Even the board structure, let us look around other countries, best practices. Na governor no on report to somebody because the way it is, it's not now. Or can we change it? Because this governor has taught us a lesson that let's be careful. Giving so much powers to one person without proper checks and balances.
Very well. Thank you. Mamena Mwase, leader of the minority in Ghana's parliament, Dr. Casey Alato Forsen, NDC member of parliament for in your constituency,
it's so German. No, I mean, it's a prestigious constituency. And I love my people.
Wow. In the central region. Honorable Edase Pa. Sounds like a German member of parliament. Honorable also constituency boko there.
Oh, Nyamiadom.
Mebusa same way me no.
Oh, boko. I'm saying, oh, person can be. What is MP before describing Guhola one permanent? But when I'm a teacher, I make one for team Mubo man and the team Pike or Beba. Yeah, the actual.
Mate. That don't keep be a monk. Jaja. Sorry. Now, I was so north, right?
Yes.
I was not want me moving here.
Okay.
But say Bibiaboko.
Madam Bibiaboko.
Where we need primaries, right?
Nyanko Padaro, my winning me primaries. May try and MP before Mosso Sena, or Caso Jama Ediano, almost Omuyagi, the Hokakra, your charm.
Second term in Parliament near currently.
I am currently in my second term. I may prepare Nyanko Bois. For my third term.
For your third term.
Yeah.
Now, Ohono a stronghold. Emma.
Like
NDC stronghold.
NDC stronghold, Papa.
Send the Robert sign at us one.
Nyanko Padaroma.
We sure.
By his grace.
But NPP for us, we see no matter target you.
It's a 2020 crown, what I get here. 2016 no crown, what I get here. Yes.
But yeah, gap, need to say.
Oh, 2016 no. Yeah, my mom almost 8,000, but 2020 no. My mom almost 13,000.
Hey, and you're tough.
Nyanko.
Honorable Jaja.
Thank
you.
You
too much.
Now go the Korea, and I mean, yo, Monzo, Mui press conference, but Bank of Ghana, and I mean, couldn't Nasuki Wurinang, and I mean, but Bonkudini, Kudi Baya Aisari, Bank Kanana, Sui Abina Vidacheba, Uncle Leduka, Uncle Last Banks. When the Kedubon Bank and Bank of Ghana, Shimo and Zuyachukudi, idoli, a cool Bank of Ghana in the country. I think it's been a kitchen and Mongode.
But Jaja Membisa, a kind of Bank of Ghana, why bankrupt, and I was our Canadian, Naman Cantron.
I don't know Bank of Ghana, Purino.
Well, I want to say, Ekosiisen, after this short break, yeah, the discussion segment, so Honorable Andy Apia Kubi will be joining us at our studio. Anti Munchen, Yeba Sisia, Ekosiisen.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
M94.7. All talk, all day.
94.7. Asempa FM, oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey, all talk, all day.
Yeah, Charlie, so many vibes na bonten father ma sanaba. Ma many papa nyanum na do for more fie no more acquaintum. Hwe bibia anya so amani ska ko fie se fancy da na fie for abefo jawesi no parking. Ebe men su jai casa. Thanks to Sukasa, how to nyina atwa. Hwe Sukasa si adan abroni for an affordable luxury homes. All more 2, 3, 4 bedrooms. Where you're fully gated or grants and communities. Or more malls, clubhouse, and all social amenities. Plus 24-hour security. Sound with flexible payments. And yeah, no my dear Dow Casa. Plus 100% guaranteed cashback. Yes, 100% guaranteed cashback. No quick finances stories. Contact Sukasa right now through phone calls or WhatsApp on 030-296-0865 and 055-369-7886. Charlie social media so more, baby. You can find them on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube at Sukasa GH. Email Susie at info@sukasa.com.gh. Sukasa, building on trust.
Expect jackpots na landio alande na watch bia na chedio yenya ni so be travel bet for sports game bia so now bet me dinkuni register with onexbet.com.gh na use promo code jackpot Ghana na travel bet one expert ye kunim die ho safwa one expert who say kunim difo gambling ho atru titwa ne wa hwe ye ma wa wundi mfie duo gaming commissioner Jinka to we atum.
Usika seme nkoyiana quick credit siasia se sika pe ennafom intina yaba se ye be cheche wo yembosia bon hyehyɛ ye ho wutumi babosia edifi asia ye fee 1500 Ghana cedis edeko na ne wo hia ne wo national ID card wo hia se wo betu susu wo hia awowa ye ngiseke bia nto ho wo nsanso hia se wo ne yembe bue futuo bia quick credit ewo homao say ye dwana wo pese wudi ana wo pese wo hye ejuma fofrase ana say ye school fees ana bo ehiyeye wo sumi ejuma ye fo nso ye wo bi mamo na mom kai say ye mobosua ewo internet so afenso o mantika krobia batan Bank of Ghana nsa wo dwumedie yimu enti tutumri kana freyen wo 0302200390 ana 0596920833 quick credit London made simple. Kai said, "Media in Shishaya Kakra wo ho."
For your good health and comfort, only one name that will keep you fit and healthy. Comfortability. Safari products. Safari products. Safari tissues. Safari napkins. Safari towels. Safari products, yeah, ja.
Odudu adamfo nana delay mede Asempa na bedwa Safari tissue atrinity and California na kwa hibernation. Safari wa toilet tissues, napkins, kitchen towels, box tissues, pocket tissues, any unbranded packs. Emu yedu eye moton echi nsuo awodi womu na echenso. Ye the virgin pulp nko na aye ye mfra mu na ye di mfidi a ehote na ye sede be ya enkofa yare bia emrewo na wanya wa hom kanso. Wobenya Safari tissue ato wo show bia ebenwo se wo pedodo to a fresh Base Ghana Limited was 0307-001-975 and 6. Safari tissue ye tissue mu okunini. Safari tissues eye moton.
Safari the best. Safari the tissue masters.
Football isn't just a game, it's a feeling. And with GoTV, no feelings will be spared. Feel the frustration and feel the ecstasy of victory. Nobody but GoTV gives you all games of La Liga and Serie A and the Premier League and UEFA games that matter. Get a GoTV decoder and 1 month super subscription for only 249 cedis and get front row seats to the new football season, cause it be football overload. GoTV, love it.
Jimmy D, and hia say ubedi line say wo koje usika. And same man ko jina bank say wo twen ko si say ombebie. Was pay mobile money so no? Ubetimi eji wo MoneyGram cash pickup token direct at wo pay mobile money wallet no so. Na sisi ano obi biara ode ne ho bebo pay foforo no. Onya 10 cedis sika chede na ya sanso the credit a chede apay ne so. We ni kwan ya ye fa so de manipa no akwaba. Ma won sanka wo sika abre biara ni bebiara. But star 270 ash keke. Na select option 7. Ubehu MoneyGram. Jimmy D. akwanya bebree a akwansidie biara nnimu na mmom nhyehyɛ kakra wɔ ho.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung nie, Nokia nie, iPhone nie, say your printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise afa our no TV. I this satellite, any ultra panels, abomuma
Facebook. Say uko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Ayo mwa, any omuniga. Samsung na www.francotrading.com. Android app. Aye Franco Trading. Instagram. Aye at Franco Trading. Nani pabadi for dosunti. Franco. Edi momo pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby. Nemum head office on the Twaya Dabraka opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema Franco Community 1. One waterworks ne dianim. Cycle. Aye opposite Odor Rise. Madina. Aye 100 meters away from the police station. Kaswa Franco ye opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And our prayer number is 0246 422 338 and at 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise. Still phone Papa Fie. And you're not going.
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah. Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my check. Rhyming check. In my rhyming check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credits, you can pay school fees, even chest nights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank.
Kim promise.
Hey! Akwasi hwade ujafo na the car engine ewuo ya esi wodro so fitting shop wo no
ah bra enyo ne kanfu si horse engine oil man no ogia na ne ekire piesie bra
me na masam no akrabato
yakasa se sea horse engine oil no and no special additive a ehuru engine mu e man che
me dwun ho won
na via den akra
ene me ne e ka ba fie na me fa he the whole world open quality engine oil sea horse and wo so say private cars taxis commercial and heavy duty trucks
enu ti don me kanfu sea horse 15W40 and 20W50 ama drivers any ka una fo nyina
afi motorbike aboboya and pragiafo no mumu de mu hia eye sea horse special 40 enu and riders and mechanics e wo sem use you
unua no kure wo mni say sea horse product and ye papa ani bonso e wo fom
sem frimu fia e free na kro sea horse engine oil nko na begu me car engine mu and ye for sea horse for 0244 577 559 and 0240 800 007 sea horse products enua.
Have you tested for HIV? I have. I know many people shy away from taking an HIV test, mainly because they are afraid of the results. Certainly, knowing that you are HIV negative or positive is better than not knowing what your HIV status is. If your HIV test comes out positive, it means you should start treatment to keep you healthy. But if it is negative, then you can adapt practices to ensure that you remain negative. HIV testing is free and you can get a test done at a clinic, hospital, or any accredited health facility. And within the next 10 minutes, you will know your results. The provider will cancel you before and after the result is disclosed to you. You don't have to be afraid of someone else getting to know your HIV status. The healthcare provider is trained to be discreet. If you take the test, you find out that it is nothing to be afraid of. The important thing is now you know what to do to protect your health and that of your loved ones. So go on and take the HIV test now and go along with your partner, a friend, or family member. That is the right thing to do.
This message is brought to you by Ghana AIDS Commission. brother, sister, one say yana. So one say ya mamen kanchiro. Ade pane ye di ho adanse. Okuno pane ye born in samrani. Oba obune ho na ye freni raba. Mrs. Sonashe. Kanashe. What de enom nashe. Na wo be hu se ade papa wotuyem. Ena enam papa suwojum. Ever milk ye soya milk. Eye motu. Sawunoma eco smooth. Hey, protein wom, vitamins wom, and omega 3s wom. Make metro. So what taste ya? Wana wo be believing. And no na ye kanu wa brofumu se.
Evermilk. Taste is believing.
What you wanna be?
FDA achi ejwedie nkratoi atu.
Malaria fever, typhoid fever, body and menstrual pain, cold and jointed, loss of appetite, mono, stay up,
Usika semen koyana quick credit sia say sika pe enna fom intina ya basa ye be church wo yam bosia bon hyehyɛ ho wutumi babosia edifi aso ye 3500 Ghana cedis edeko na nea wo hia ne wo national ID card wo hia se wo betu susu wo hia awowa ye ngiseke bia nto ho wo nsanso hia se wo ne ye begue futuo bia quick credit wo homao say ye dwa na wo pese wudi ana wo pese wo hye ejuma foforo ase ana say ye school fees ana bo eyeye wo sumi ejuma ye fo nso ye wo bi mamo na mom kai say ye mobosia wo internet so afen so o mantika krobia batan Bank of Ghana and sa wo dwumedie yi mu enti tutumri kana frey yen wo 0302 200 390 ana 0596 920 833 quick credit London made simple kai say dwumedie yi nhyehyɛ kakra wo ho
Ghana for Yareda Akradia for fry your friend of Big 4 free game pack games no edi. Where Akradia net tuning it yet nyadin cry. The number ahodwa and 930 kosi 9 impressa de biara na beka yen kunum difuane ho. Wo bet to me atu wo abefon kratwabia www.gamepackgames.com ana ubebo star 946 hash. Wo phone so na wo dia man Akradia adumeko eneli apene game pack games Akradia iso. Wonni mfia dum watwe a wontimento Akradia yi fanyansa to Akradia. Big 4 from Game Pack Games. More moolah, more power.
Hey! When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow, and your offense swabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Yamusamaya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia. Ya Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, don't what dance yes, and Yarwa who run Nipa and Yina Etimi Banaso. And now one pa omwanya one dada no monum doctor enrono enum imbusaba mesanoa emomo ahoade pinti ya omunti mpose yare esomo ho imbusaba mesa ewo kanshi ene o maimu babia yeto enro etufo mfre 0246 208496 FDA ahihye sa adwade nkrato yi magye atomu seye
Ekobang mobile to make me say Ekobang mobile to make me crazy. Download You go enjoy them. In my rhyming check. Rhyming check. In my rhyming check. Come nigga download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even chest tights with the Apple. Can't come a come, Ecobank Apple. Can't come a come.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Can promise.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM suni Ekosiisen Dwumedie no asoguso a utie no ma ye nase na ye mamu nyina akwa ba biwe mfa momra dwumedie the discussion segment no na ebeto am. So but before that now read a few of your messages na fe nsem kakra me wono me dia tomanim na ya hyase edi enkomo we say obi. Last Sunday was a historic day for the NDC in Kade constituency as we held a successful stakeholders engagement. Kindly permit me to use your medium to thank Honorable Joseph Yamin, National Organizer, Honorable Mustafa Gbande, Deputy National Secretary, Dr. Mark Oliver Kevo, Eastern Regional Chairman, Honorable Henry Boachi Yadom Okoyo, MP, Akwetia constituency, Chairman Bibi Moro, and other regional constituency and branch secretaries for their presence. God bless us all. With Chairman Godfred Bonsu, on your constituency chairman, ma NDC, Ewokade constituency. This one says, please wish Fiona Nana Dankwa of Dumfries, Virginia, a 5th happy birthday from your dad Kwame Dankwa, Oba, your mom, Auntie Equia, Grandma Rose, Grandpa Jimmy, Usu Kwaten, all of Virginia, and Edway. But hello, Obi, good afternoon. And I do not think there should be a fast to see members of the leadership from both sides having fun. Ghanaians should embrace this and be happy, as I believe this should rather demonstrate a democratic and peaceful country rather than what might be preached by some citizens. It should only tell us that we need to be united even when we disagree over issues. Honorable Atoforsin should not worry his head over this. Even though we can be looking at the optics, we should also look at the bigger picture. The progress of Ghana is the ultimate goal. Godi is in Tema. Edia ono dia brain any. Godi, thank you. Where's a hi Obi? Welcome. A country where the president's cousin, Gabi Asaro Tredako, runs the show Ketsi Ameri Innovation Deal, West Blue, blah blah blah, and west of all, a minister of the government, Cecilia Dapardo, resigned, has over 1 million in her bedroom, blah blah blah. The sorry state of Ghana, Papa BCU, Ewakra, they are brainy. Where's the Obi? I see Honorable Ato Forson's press conference as much ado about nothing. Even there was no vim in his voice. Did I hear him say in 21 days they would march to the Bank of Ghana to throw out Dr. Ernest Addison and his deputies, to force them to resign? Even in Parliament, as I heard from Honorable Adongo in an interview, that Dr. Ernest Addison hasn't even honored the invitation by the Finance Committee. So how would the NDC do this? Clearly, it's a sign of an incompetent minority to think they can occupy the BOG and force the governor to resign in 3 weeks. He has forgotten his constitution. This is laughable and a propagandist theory. While listening to Honorable Ato Forsen, that Akufo-Addo has moved the country 30 years back. Has he forgotten the many corruption-related cases, some of which are in court, including Bas Brandon, Sada Jida, Isofotun, and many more? Onel Amponsa, Amsterdam, Ediwei Abrain. Onel Amponsa, Ewo Amsterdam. Okay, Onel, thank you. We say, hi, Obi. Since when the Dr. Ato Forsen and his minority in parliament realize that the president has too much power, they are behaving like winter birds. The only time they cry is when there is nothing up in their mouth. Let's uphold politics of principles and sincerity. Odia Bray and no. Mamin Kai must say enche. Honorable Andy Apia Kubi would also join us. Onoye MP for Asante Achem North. Ye Kasei Okobia East constituency. Member of Parliament Honorable Richard Achampong. Ewo eha enti mama yenshanenso. We say Obi Dr. Ato Forsen and his NDC members were in your studio just to tarnish the image of Dr. Bawumia, but who just bless, no one can stop him. Mr. President ewo Denmark the ono ediabreye enono. We say Obi Omanhene interviewed the Bank of Ghana rep on your show. He indicated that the expenditure on vehicle maintenance includes fuel, maintenance, and insurance, among others. Computer expenses include the software that monitors all transactions in the country, among other softwares and other security and antiviruses. The interview was on your show in your absence. Therefore, it's unfair to your audience to allow them to make such assertions without subjecting them to the official information provided by the BOG on your show. Jamal, Jamal, thank you. We say Obi, in the COVID year, freight of cargo were increased, i.e. freight of 20-footer container was increased from 1,500 to 6,000 USD, and freight of 40-footer container was also increased from 3,000 USD to 9,000 USD during the COVID year. These imported inflation increases had negative impact on the volumes of our import, which also affected our revenue generation. Does he agree with me? That's one of our listeners, Yao Manso, Dia or no Diaba, and the question he put to the Honorable KCL Ato Forsen. It's your birthday today, Michael Ampedu, we a doctoral researcher at the University of Bristol in the UK. Into Michael Ampedu, Benafre emotion, have a really, really good birthday and live to be 94.7 and beyond. Michael Ampedu, emotion. We say, hi, Obi. How come after serious criticisms by Nanado and Bawumia, then in opposition before 2016 elections, using the word incompetent against His Excellency John Mahama, who did zero financing at the Bank of Ghana, and even the bank had 700 million net profit. The so-called competent ones now in government couldn't do same zero financing at BOG, but rather collapsed it with huge losses. In fact, Nanado and Bawumia must apologize to His Excellency John Mahama and the good people of Ghana for misleading them before the 2016 elections. Okay, that's one there again from Papa Bisu. We say, hi, Obi, good afternoon. The residents of Prestia Hune Valley constituency are in search of a charismatic leader who can foster unity within our party and help us regain the seat from the NDC. We believe that someone like Lawyer Theo, with his exceptional qualities, has the potential to lead us to victory in the upcoming 2024 elections. Hashtag a new dawn. Greetings to Lawyer Theophilus Tewia, Abdul Latif Ramadan Ediwe Abraham. This one says, Obi, is it that the majority of government officials are supporting Dr. Bawumia because they will be maintained in their appointment if Bawumia wins, and the grassroots will remain where they are and only be used as farm tools, and when the food is harvested, the tools will not enjoy their toil and will be thrown somewhere and go for it during another farming season? Lessons to the grassroots. Shaibu Basti, Illinois, Frankfurt. Ediwei Abba. We say, Obi, say a big kudos for the minority MPs, to the minority MPs for their good work, fighting for our motherland Ghana. We appreciate them a lot. Good evening, Obi. Great submission by the minority leader. Governor Addison must go. Popo or Botiano Botiano. This one says, Obi, please tell Honorable Atoforsen to stop chanting he can't convince anyone. His behavior and conduct will expose him. Nana Gazo or Nsoko. Obi, I see okay, I think I've dealt with this one already. Onel Amponsa in Amsterdam, thank you for your message. Where's Obi? At what expense are these parliamentary 30th anniversary celebrations? Okay, do you know Obusa a car Parliament Airbo our 30th anniversary, no? Don okay, also a friend is Steel or Salt Pond. And where's Obi? Today is my birthday. Watching you live from Finland. Ni Odate Mills. Ni Odate, happy birthday to you. Hello, Obi. I'm watching your program and the audit on the BOG. Please, are we taking into consideration inflation when comparing the figures to last year? I'm not holding brief for the BOG though. Thank you, Peter Esken. Peter Edase. Obi, good evening, and happy to have you back on the hot seat. Can you please ask Honorable Atoforsen if Ivory Coast and the other countries is comparing Ghana to, we're all giving away free food and COVID-related expenditure? Very easy and disingenuous to now blame the government because we were lucky to have a president who protected the lives of the citizens instead of millions of dead, even in advanced countries. Here in Belgium, they didn't share any free food. Nana Ejare Kodie or Belgium and Odiwe Abrenana Yadase Papa. Where's Obi? Who is talking? Atoforsen? No. Ghana politics is really unprincipled. Okay, he did not manage a common ambulance. He should give us a break. Oyibo or Kaswa and Odiwe Oyibo Yadase. Finally, where's Obi? My name is Same Yabua from Community 25. Please ask Dr. Forsen to tell Ghanaians what they will do if Dr. Addison refuses to leave office after the picketing. Okay, I believe I asked him that question and you heard what he had to say. Good day, Obi. It's very alarming to hear the name of Dr. Baumia in the mouth of the campaign leaders of Honorable Alan Cash. They keep emphasizing on the name Baumia instead of Alan K. Time will tell. Zachary Osman or Lejokuku constituency. And Odiwe Abrain. Ma mention afe mentwas more messages ni be na about. I would make time and read the remainder of your messages. Yeah, WhatsApp line here 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Na what timini Edward Jinche Abba Ebeshani Akaini Eddie amount. Game Pack Games, no, so one starting chair be a Opis Capadia, but modern download your app no from Play Store. The Game Pack Games app. And the Ajibe be a Ghana game amount for Atiashubu Muchapa a Game Pack Games. Yeah, draw not live draws no every day. De bia ewa Dome TV. So 9 a.m., 12 noon, and at 6 p.m. every day. Ubetimi actually a live draw no na also wetimi very easy to play. Unya download the app no from Play Store. In fact, say untimi download the app no so you can play on our website gamepackgames.com gamepackgames.com and I say ube dial *946#, all networks now also wetimi play. Say who player you just choose between 4 numbers from 0 to 9. Ube choose 4 numbers and one in here. It's easy to play and easy to win. Amount for cash or more no. Masa. And this pay say we make it some mola ye cash. And we say cash our power. In the place, but more than because nobody beats our odds in Ghana at the moment. Game Pack Games, more mola, more power. It's regulated by the National Lottery Authority. In the moment in I say undi 18 years be pato wuntimi entwabi bet and I say play responsibly na bibia ntimi nkoyi amount. ECG nso say Operation Zero exercise obu guso den and they do more yan say ECG staff be anywhere at na office be keep staff boni be ka skeletal staff office say we be attend to faults near the anko for day but all the staff na kan nyina to on egu krom the omo kwen na say Omusika wa manfo bills are muntia and omo baba beje. Omo ba they will take advantage to pick Bonsu Mudeto. Oma build the ECG digital customer platform. ECG digital customer platform. Ena omo air building ti wa omo nyanya wo information no ombefa sa kwan so na omatimi age wo information on the day inti moma ye nyina ye momode na ye nhye ne nso ade ahia papa it is omo ba emrama won kwan so omuntu sa na mo omutui in the mestre mo ni die mu ase se omo ba wufie a men kasa won ma won kwan mo mu wura wufie because mita na ebo wo ho no ECG property into omo kwan say omo ba eba behwe once they have their property with you, the law allows them to come and check into omo ba mama won kwan na omuni say we operation zero ni nyina say ebeboa ama ECG etimegina won nan so na oma serve won so yi papa inti hye so efa emaye na me ma won problems bi am sremo a sounds na Ghana Revenue Authority say omuni Ministry of Local Government decentralization account to ma abo ano yate property rate ene almost say eje ebe oja anya ba bedu property rate no aba enti almost yemfa ntomu nyina manim say property rate bills for all metropolitan municipal and district assemblies is here abedu. It's available electronically na website we use portal.myassembly.gov.gh portal.myassembly.gov.gh into all ratepayers say ubetua property rating kwa dia also log into the portal and the website no portal.myassembly.gov.gh udu phone number and ebe log in now validate your property validate and who bill I was utia and then you can pay electronically. I mean ubetime use mobile money the tria or debit or credit card e the tria say a bank transfer and a check property rate na was utia. There must be no cash payment whatsoever to anyone. The main physical cash use this electronic payment platform never tria. All payment must be made online. portal.myassembly.gov.gh and mummy nyina ye nhye so say when tria woni say sanctions e wo ho enya dia obetimi akase media me property rate me ntua watomra emra ene ubedi into you have to pay and GR abanyoma ye simple amount say the be ya obetimi ayden etua unti bibia ase afre number we 0302 756 820 0302 756 820 we Commissioner General Ankasa na nsa ehye krata we ase Ekosiise nso ni ehaya Asempa FM ma what honorable Richard Champion nka dada ba mame ma no akwaba na afi officially no yeni nkomo honorable boko de
boko bi
constituency boko
na me e de ache boni bia ni boni kakra bi wo ho but very bad by issue no police for something no
okay
me can was me say na comedy be court it's about newly commissioned SHS no some behaviors be other people be more it's very bad until as a Monday all other stakeholders no will meet together so by e betime na nkora na kasa any other parties no na dey asumdua ba but eba ahoden from there week dey nyanto boni bia una ehun wache eja yesi obi okolifo se obi wakotena broche na from my buffer no ntin se me koso bebiri kura no o kan ebi befu wani so to wa be say ye note ma o de na ho jojo se we summer holidays wo ho painful krum ho ti obi akwaba mnuso abusu afo nyina ho ye
na parliament nso boko
parliament o hwe na yeah, that was last Thursday. It was a Friday night holiday.
Yes.
Until you saw a long bag money away.
Okay. In the moment resuming
end of October.
Oh, okay.
Until you been up quiet committee, you look as a committee meeting. Maybe the whole
finance committee and
where local government committee.
Okay.
Yeah, share this assembly, so no NRC's normal account. And so audited account, no any issues internal auditors no raising. You know they appear before PAC
Yes.
And some of the infractions, and so to me deal with it at this level. Before some back park, and many of them have been resolved.
Okay.
And so now, who police what is happening, and ma infractions on reduce. Almost when said there's somebody out there, or share Juma Moyen. Ebema Ubia our criminal mind be required to do any other thing. Be sure to say, idea may many problem. Because when say corporate governance, you know, book up on keeping of files.
Yeah.
Obeying impress had to retire the impress a problem. If say a benchika into a G2 cry na oba our account for the money. No book up on obey expenditure, especially the hard job system to see any payments outside the gift system. Because when a serious accountability and then this in introduce gift payment system. Into other Minister of Finance, not to you see what every agency is doing.
Okay.
Control Accountant General will also see because they will give authorization at expenditure bill code. Into show code, you know, that's one what budget compare with your budget. Into whose expenditure that's a part of the year's budget. They will decline payment. System into you get value for money. The many of them now will say a honor. So you see a lot of payments are made outside the gift system. Comes the network failure, which is not acceptable. In terms of segment and
no more regions now.
What we started doing is you're inviting many of the ICs in our craft.
Okay.
The middle belt, you know, okay. Because the Bimo Kwanwa and it's a job so for about. Should be able to quite few jobs so back travel crab 9 hours. Easy. And assembly so municipal IGF and the crown send no mutimi raising and no more property rating. So say I buy an AGG no CD 30%, say 30%.
GRB for 30, not 70 qua assembly now.
And no, but they say no more revenue more raising so far. It's almost to the best hit on my account to be no. They are working with it. So your full disclosure. So by the end of the quarter, it be a 1 billion Ghana cedis. You slap a percentage on it. You can see the 30 and the 70%. But a situation whereby you don't know the quantum, how do you then determine say yes issue and insist be no common fund to acquire because particular 252 nesa by transfer not less than 5%. Accommodate DACF for onward transmission to the local assembly for development.
Yes.
It is one who total revenue no by agent. Obey who say we 5%, 3% and 4%. So see I mean say 2023. Into bon total revenue no now you will November present budget. On no enya the actual this next year. Media no oba na be the actual numbers. In the time no sabana bu kwase obu kwase akọ. Into women na any chess and balance say timid to talk at least what is due everybody will be given. Now there's one so the no obetim there. We go assemblies na obi. Bebre to mo nya dwuma bia. There's no resources. Yes, no resources to work. Into win power for na dwuma. But so me so wutua nika. One money too so de be ya dwuma na ketua wutua no. What's the meaning of that?
Na say common fund so my releases bia na.
Oh, obi na common fund na yen fund say and I make a to tell even as me. Nipa na assessment na ka che common fund administrator say this quarter I say amount be at 3 billion. Name me ni sikenti amount 1 billion, che 1 billion no assembly so no. The 2 billion no saban farmer wa. Meaning say there's a shortfall of 2 billion. Into there why you when the budget to my expenses or the 3 billion be here no. And then you are here with 1 billion. It is a 5 projects and where you mark your budget, you can do 1 or 2. Any challenge, you know. Based on assignment in a be also I employ nipa bibre or assembly so you be a engineer, we even temporary staff before more. So my boy so. So by the end of the day you pay them every month, but they don't have the tools to work. So they are ready to work, but there's no resources. Into woman in my come as a man a coffee bank of Ghana and come away a buy. Obi and yes, the person Addison and a target or head institution. It will be a head institution only take a decision, Emma institution. Into what ultimate building apart from or not. me krapo no we governor na ese finance minister no so no ye de ne ka ho, including the president of the republic and the vice president. Didn't na make us Bank of Ghana no board no Minister of Finance our rep so. And by law no the governor can never report or lay any document in parliament. The reporting the EBR no is submitted to Minister of Finance for onward submission to parliament. Eti onon to me jina plenary ho say obabe debate and obabe presentation bia. Etu Minister of Finance oti board no so bi. Governor nankasa so and the chair board no. Into bia ono ehwe sika so. Say nipa na no determine na ketua. On the determine say by say fi we nipa dodo say na memmo tu kwan kwa brochire. Maintenance e ka say na mebo. Directors allowance say na metua. Finance so to hobi o. Aban nankasa so ho kire no. No pesika. Na aban na ko Bank of Ghana say mon print sika enfama me. In the law, me kai 2015 and started Bank of Ghana at an amendment. Ye koye we ye friend say baby akosomo. Satam na ye kwa IMF no be kaya. So IMF propose and say ye need zero financing. Ye kontokwa ye mu bi ne ye onaba adwasaf mu ne kuto semo. Na say no. Bank of Ghana ni ye nyina idea. So in case of any emergency situation,
I will say fall on them.
We have to fall on them because they're a bank of last resort. Now, because zero financing now, who kwajibu sambu amano na what you with interest. The abra Bank of Ghana so sika there. It doesn't make any economic sense. Any account of kwa na say okay, yen 5%. Your purpose 5% na IMF rep no sorry for meeting as in the wolf. No, or dey before sorry kwe. You say yes we are protecting our nation. Into say IMF na yekon mo sika na monfa. Don't about communicated to me say omo was a proposal to do zero financing, but Parliament of Ghana says no 5%. So if they have any issue, they have to bring Parliament of Ghana, not the presidency or the government. Obia me can say be. But in the midst of all this, say the now work on 2015-2016, which year IMF, I say election year no. What is zero financing from Bank of Ghana? The NDC now must say I'm incompetent. NDC now also mismanage economy no. Kebetimi di amo sika media calling elections no. We remain disciplined. On Asempa FM. And this zero finance for Bank of Ghana. Now Abanwe me no can say Oma printing is up to 77 billion and that support to Abanwe. Without recourse to parliament. It is also 5% of previous year's total GDP and a revenue now. It's more than that, almost 7%. Fine, if I say you know, say COVID, Russia, Ukraine war, your problem. Why is there no discuss a problem no? Section 30 of Act 918 no. Clear. So when there are issues, if you want to give overdraft or loan to, if I say the executive, which will exceed more than 5%, you go back to Parliament and seek for approval. You don't grant the facility and go for ratification. It's never done. It's from the word go no governor no kasano and respect laws no the year no.
But the act makes room for emergency situations, no?
Emergency no say if you have emergency, report to the finance minister for finance minister to go to parliament and seek approval
before you come and deal with the emergency.
The emergency in the parliament there be anywhere and necessary recess parliament can be recalled. Emergency no ya gentle baby ya. The emergency now sick room say COVID na emergency.
It was.
Emergency and that so. Emergency idea see like of a sudden no BBC so you need to act. COVID no you prepare you no nuane a lockdown. COVID was with us, so it is with us there for a longer period of time. And you one of expenditure be like so my nyanwa and send makobo bia mane. Na nyanwa po mo no e no yankoto aduan e baby. I'm prepared and answer na ye no aduan no. Nti one of expenditure we na that could be. Like I say a critical situation say be airport. Na be a declare emergency. Now though the plane was not able to land here but because of emergency situation no we declare a emergency until you have to allow the plane to land to save the passengers and the aircraft. And no in a serious emergency situation I can be na ewu me. Eti obi You see, you can't spend what you don't have. In the midst of all this, not so person you discipline. You look at your expenditure. Compare the previous years. Okay, times are hard. Abakwaso announced about my haircut because of the debt restructuring na Ekosinom. 18 plans are spent by 97.4 million on travels. Because of our situation, let's spend let's say 60 million and I say 40 million. Maintenance, your programs are spent 131.6 million. Because of our situation, let's say 80 million. It's by the day you can cut back some expenditure to make savings.
But how do you know, sir, the outends now who are here? Interswap, ABR they projected higher than this. No matter what. How do you know?
Well, last year expenditure, if I say maintenance expenditure, no. Now so in a particular year, we increasing by 114%. Can you cry? 114%. Do look at the cost no. Most say Russia Ukraine war on a my situation will mean. Most say a post-COVID recovery in a yebi a problem. Eti aban say acknowledgement for call to be also 30%. Council of State say almost they donated 20% of their allowances. Aban say foreign travels and the minister say or cut back. Some meetings kwapon momu to ko monyen e wo omo offices. Then aban say yes sir. To cut back cost. Say be make savings because sikani ni ho. Na ebe man the deficit then I lower. No onye sika e the yard foforo. It aban we say then also as agency of the state also we. Now we can see bill 114, a bit 246%, travel expense increased by 246%. How? It won't me and justify as now be the me yakra was as museum. I would say last week, Bank of Ghana issue statement. So can we statement now? In the statement, they are calling on government to recapitalize Bank of Ghana because some more. A negative equity of 55 billion. Sure. What it means, investors will be scared doing business with you, and there's a bad signal to the international market. It is a main treasury bill. Number better, we need equity, we need Japan in case of a BBI may follow on, so our price too higher. Risk no, because there's a risk. Into risk, we have to pay more interest on my investment. It's a major interest, Not saying the China be here, Misaka no half. We say a buying a recapitalize Bank of Ghana, a part of IMF arrangement. At the same time, they also with $250 million. How do you see new head office? Now with $250 million, they are now first such a process on recapitalize bank about negative equity. Into what business say a private business, I want to be managing the business. Say, Odo Bika Obi, Odika Yachon. A career agent or prano. Ujetin Yanashi. Nothing I would also be to East Logo as I say, SC 6 unit apartment, and then you didn't make a I brought Dobika or Dokuja police station. By you saying, sir, Nioma Okeking, members of the board now, Bubu Mudino, Omu names are Nioma. Now, for one convey Domoye. They sit as a board, they take decisions for the bank. Maybe they were faced with circumstances beyond their control. Oh no, you are speaking now after the fact. In Dubet can easy said you're okay. When you are in the steering wheel and yeah, me sure say you easy said you're okay. Obi who can bro for apology asemono. Ama na I who be say nka omuni bibia mbetimi aye meboa. Enti Dana se see because see no workers go mu ye adwuma. Yes. But by project they are suspended abanso nisika. Or suspending the project too. A buying projects na hospitals, schools, roads. I benefited you and I no. A ban suspended baby because he can't ho. That's a Bank of Ghana. It was $250 million. I didn't saw there. Now only finance minister, any president, Ekosiya, no man start to say print more money for us. More printing we na time no so. No so much sika. No must have a jack catch of sika intimate. So write off 48 billion. Who does that? So we put them like Juma Paul somewhere. What you say? What be Jibusia? What shall say me baby Trabusiano? That's a buying a bobusia free a buying ho. What's say? Government is borrowing from government. Government no so catch yes sir or independent or so be I say. per the arts anything na your friend no a parliament compass obeba no but what I say into you independent after say appoint to per I say I obehave as independent institution. It's the president catcher. You look at the numbers. Like I say, if you exceeded the 5%, I can't go beyond the 5%. And they can also sack you.
No, or my name bo.
Nesikaram de kwaya de they say man no omunyi say sika ni nyina no o man e we inflation no 42%. One kasa waketua oji yatum say e affect with disposable income and purchasing power. Eti sika nanka kuta 100,000 o de beto no and say ne man 100,000 timi to bi na wa woni pa no gina ka CSM anwa olive oil no to 300 no and no chom ko na do 700 Ghana cedis. This is what the effect on you and I. We go to the same market. It is cascading effect no o yin na yeso ba nipa na o create problem no hwa ketu oje president ko apology secretary ani bi Obi president oji secretary ni bi obi 120,000 a month na the salary to abama no kwetu na ka say na say ni person be cause all this mess now see you the circumstances o ma be na ebo obi o me dada say see ntwe 11 a o man be bo wan ti say no 11 ni twa na yentua and delay be 6 months o man boy 6 months no levy implementation delay no or man boy and yeah levy you do 6 months na bank of Ghana 250 million any presidency look at their budget, look at their lifestyle. Media review finance minister about parliament no obi a wo say economy no first 6 months no of the year we grow about 4.2%. Any year now target 2.8% no. Oh, catch it say it will grow by 1.5%. Now, some person catch us over 10 corner. What 10 corner for improvement and answer for regression. Obi, what 10 corner who ni ma woko meboa. So now who done in chain. And what 10 corner say we nim da ho awoko. It was projected 2.8 now we 10 corner we dia. Obi ka wonya 3.4. What tell you nature no what if I say growth no downwards to 1.5%. The hope be no I buy catch say even non-performing loans our banks no are increasing from 14.1% to 18.7%. It's about 4.6 no I tell say some for no jebo si omuntime den entimintu ya gentu omuntime ya high taxes and the omuntime ya cost of borrowing in the cost of doing business no high. Etinema ya ekoyiye economy what time corner no e dey na non performing loans from 14.1 e ko 18.7%. Do better the minister na small ka che wedi. World Bank a publish say because of these actions and inactions no nipa ba 850,000 e push ma akọ poverty level. Anya 850,000. Meno kase napko emnati you me dia about 8 months abantimi nti omoka. So bi aji 700 Ghana cedis times 8 months esen o me about 57,000 which is 319 million Ghana cedis. Aban so onye sika ntia. Ba betimi onye sika spend 339 million on a cathedral. So which one is your priority? Cathedral so onye said usi dan yo amna no motu meja hoko. Do this when you kwano ono kwaje 114 million Ghana cedis.
O design den kwa.
National Cathedral no.
Na no ye kwa. Obi edwuma onu asuam no oya architect no wadro why drawings am also design bibi kwa.
Na adena kasa na ye draw ma utu 114 million no. Adena wo he. What chairman no Cathedral na we. What say a block bi wo.
Somewhere foundation.
Domo ho ho.
Na also motu amena no.
Some to amena no meja hoko. 339 million and so eti obi wo hwe aban wo yote so eni ni appointees omo assist any nations e ka onye do baby e ba bedri oman na ekofom nyina no efrisa na ma we but like they don't care They don't respect any person. Now, can we a Bank of Ghana governor? Now, look at all these breaches. The people ain't to claim no say, for ratification. Let's go and do the right thing.
Yeah, because based on the advice of more lawyers, the mom say maybe they've done nothing wrong.
Okay, so law school.
Una free say breach laws, but they think they've done nothing wrong.
And then the man
I don't also about committee over catch them so your autonomous.
And the man no. Say lawyers a bit mama ill advice. What I say, no kuni pa was upin no can say man sweater. Or be how mama can say I judge bia ayeda ko bi ko court or the ade ko bobi. Na judge person save akwa no tim kana semi. Into tos enti odi aba na ball na so de sika ni twa na. Osi ay odi ball mi na so de sika ni twa no. Ebi na wuye.
Obi say Obi, the NDC should give us a break. Even Wampa was a governor of the central bank. Samuel Brian Boabin and Oduwe Brian Boabin, thank you. Main share the other ones now for Memrana Honorable and Twaso MIA. This one says, Obi, the minority should get serious. Governor Addison is going nowhere. Regards to incoming Clote Kwale MP, Valentino Ninoy Norte, say Obama Pokwase. Well, it's a good afternoon, Obi. If the NDC succeeds in removing Dr. Addison, they should use the same method to get rid of Ken Oforiatta. Ken cannot completely destroy the economy before NDC takes over in 2025. Dr. Lawrence, Washington, D.C. and Odiwe Abba. We say, Obi, Dr. Addison should not be at post by now. Wa mercy everything up. And Namuraba or Kade. Odie and no Yadase. But Obi, there is nothing wrong with Honorable Atoforsen and Afenyamak in eating or enjoying together. I actually think it's a good way to help foot soldiers understand that the two groups are not enemies. They may oppose each other when it comes to policies and how to manage the country, but they are not enemies. Not sure why Atoforsen is apologizing to his people. Kwame Entry from Pong, somewhere in the US of A. Kwame, thank you. I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Where's the Obi? Welcome. Kudos to the minority for exposing these people. God bless them. Sir Prince or Ayen Suano. Where's the Obi? Good evening. You've been missed. Welcome back. In 2021, under the supervision of the same governor of Bank of Ghana, the central bank recorded a surplus of 5.72 billion cedis. If in 2022, the bank recorded a loss of 60.8 billion cedis, that's Ghana cedis, and this, according to the 2022 annual report and financial statement of the Bank of Ghana, was largely attributed to the impact of the DDEP. My question to Honorable Atoforsen and the minority is whether it is fair to ask for the resignation of this governor of the Bank of Ghana, since the DDEP is not a result of any major operational cost. Dennis Ewachado, or about in a way, na say. In the if said the Bank of Ghana can say, loss no, as a result of the DDEP. Na nyo more operational than as something directly about their operations and the loss never. Why should the governor go as a result?
50% haircut no money, it translated to how much? It do 60 billion. So what is the point here? Say exact amount to there. 50% haircut now say abide the moment.
Yes.
Say exact amount to there because don't forget the Bank of Ghana they are not there to make profit.
Sure.
Any profit making institution. If you are not interested, say why when you so you profit no way.
Yes.
But loss no buy no. If you drip deeper, and who say some expenditure bu ha nka omanya nke no be a yedri. Nti say a negative equity of 55 billion. When they into a basa no. They transfer all the 6.8 billion loss no. And then they come reserve. It is reserve no more of some positive amount which is credit.
Yes.
And they reduce by 55 billion no. And yes the same amount can be who on the other side. Because all transfer or debt no. But now more some credit. Our reserve account may reduce so no about 55 billion no. The question is say 50% haircut now by the moment no. It translates into how what amount? And yet the exact amount in the account has me. certainly make a loss no then can loss no ho now loss no come asem no obi a wo print sika mo nipa no o ka sa asem no on the face of it no he's making a good point but obi a wo bo obi busia 77 billion na nipa na am write off 48 billion wo twagu wa ho na twa saka no write off no nipa onim say city you can write off you charge the write off no wo ye aging analysis na your current olem substandard doubtful na loss into current no we charge only 1%. The 1%, 5%, 25%. Into doubtful no 50%. Loss no 100%. The Chinese 48 billion no. Ekosiise what do you mean na kwa debit or profit and loss account? And among whose numbers we know. It is like a write off no ma. And can a loss of 60.8 billion. Okay, you money sir. It's a buy it will revenue. And the coach here the overdraft now. How we can we
now how would a bank raise revenue when every move to raise revenue the minority will resist it through because the easiest way through introduction of taxes. Need now so some more resistant. They are buying anything.
When you say taxes too much. Very redundant.
Yes.
And many people be tax and the container terminal airport is virtually empty. Why? Because of high taxes. It is all share or charges on our sura and no better transfer for Togo. But you have some duties, but as compared to that of Ghana, no, or cheaper than Ghana. It won't say no. I'm losing a lot of revenue from the port. So let's look at our tax handles. The NAE through what? Ebema man for then I imported them maybe in the media review no minister no I can say a man for this introduce taxes no and we have more imports until some beton be and as the same we to actually when the import near ma attorney almost 1 year last week yes last week my sister station Adum FM your friend say guta almost say can no say okuta if I say 200,000 na se bia 40 feet container 6 no betimi de year ene obe 2 no pono be struggle say no betimi de yi 2 no it what is the motivation so obekọ akọ import ne ma no bank loan no ayeneka oje ba loan timi ntua nti ko ye adwuma no profit no obede etimaye it existing taxes na wo kropon no nipa ne so muntimi ntua we for minority ho ben we as a minister of state no we na wo hwe say wo tax performance no etisen wo tax revenue to GDP ni ratio ayesen. Okay, me estimation say e levy ebe mame e bia 6 billion. By the end of the quarter no me 320 million. And to me share this tax here say if the purpose for which you introduce that tax on more there, we either reduce the rate or take it off to boost another confidence for people to do more business and pay some taxes. COVID-19 1% levy a year. Many people are complaining about this in free ho. Because laws on the tax may be or sunset crosses. But by my extension, it is a one manage or tax system near one of the Bremono. Oh, yes, as no show expenditure. I saw cut about some expenditure about 3 months ago. About more beyond GRA staff, no more. Or the invoices are a VAT receipt amount for a day after them pay abonting. You know, as a committee, no, say that action. I need the positive results of more revenue. Obi, na sa do way, I'm more revenue. I don't accommodate. Abra napko jume fuma pamo muti mu here more hands to do this work upon and get these guys on commission base because indirect no jail for no they run on commission until they form more account retention until the more they correct they apply their percentage and get more money until no quite me more taxes na any day. Now no be so import to a Land Cruiser. Taxes on it in company 357,000 Ghana cedis. Taxes. If I could talk about $150,000, so by beton. No could just a tax we. Which way we are? What we talk can say?
10 billion.
So, eti motivation being no so about class account so by beton. And I could garages and no share. Obedi case almost 1 year yento. Because there's no money in the system. I don't put an no because as we go but no Asempa. I say some my mko years at the pesike. know how to spend money. So you can do the demo. Obi also spend the ADC. And also kwa isika no mo di to fie. O ma to car. I store. I will tamal meboa. To mo di sika no be good system no si enyu so bi. The one money is in circulation now. Oko bank also open no benya bi. It is anko yesa bomba so. Though a criminal also be wi sika no. But who di sika say man 40 say na dia. E so be yipie. Spending sika no ama a rubricant. Sister no say be ya. Menu mi no ko bank loan na yeso den. Yes say be
ma menkai metie for say na ye hwe nim say honorable Landy Apia Kubi. Asante Achim North, Mrashebe Remember Cancer Wahaba. As we speak, it's 15 minutes after 6. Unyama me cancer. I don't know what's wrong. But we say good evening, Obi. The minority in parliament are just making ugly noise, and their usual mischievous politics. Seble or secondi takrade. This one says that OPK patriotic voices ewo go so or say. The minority are just doing propaganda in your studio because aside the global crisis, our GDP is 4.5% against Mahama and the NDC's 3.6 in 2016. So when it comes to management of the economy, the NPP government is a better manager of the economy than the NDC. So the alternative is indeed scary and empty. Regards to Dr. Digitalization Baumia, who is the MPP's best bet for 2024. Thank you. Obi, I don't know why Dr. Addison is still in office. Why is he not resigning after all these mayors? Ghana. Felix Mante, communications director, Edema PPP. That's Progressive People's Party. And Udiwe Abba. Yeah, that's it. Papa. We say, Obi, this is laughable. Honorable Ato Forsen and some minority members are standing trial for corruption-related charges. He shouldn't forget that. Alhaji Aminu or Begro Odie Eni. Obi, good evening. Today, the minority are saying Anado took Ghana back 30 years. Oh, Ghana. What at all have we done wrong to have this type of opposition? In the 70s and 80s, radio stations closed at 10 p.m. and resumed at 5 a.m. Obi, in which year and under whose regime did radio stations close at 10 p.m.? and come back on the airwaves at 5 a.m. Is it not former President John Mahama? Francis or Gulf City? Anyway, Obi, the whole of your program today, I've never heard one single MPP person in your studio. Why? And I just made the announcement. Thank you. Obi, welcome. Kudos to the minority for exposing. Okay, I think I've dealt with this particular message already. Obi, I've heard you and others lambast the government for excess borrowing. Please invite one of your economists to your show to tell us how much you need to borrow to survive. If you are finding it difficult to pay interest on 9.5 billion, how much will you need to borrow to pay interest on 120 billion and also borrow to do your business? The NDC measured our economy between 2012 to 2016. One for Woodin and count. We say, hey, Honorable Atoforsen, when you're in opposition, as if all the brains are in your head. But when you are faced with the reality, that's where you will start to explain how you failed. Kwejo Boateng, all the way from Italy. And anyway, about good afternoon, Obi. The minority is talking of the country being in a bad state, yet using the little money left to celebrate 30th anniversary. My name is Jojo. Thank you. Obi. My name is Samuel Yeboah from Tema Community 25. The statement from John Mahama on the abandoned houses is so embarrassing. He should be the last person to speak of abandoned project. A few years ago, the affordable houses started by President Kufuor in many parts of the country were like forest reserves. In fact, I was surprised to see Mr. Mahama building one of his so-called E-block schools just behind the abandoned affordable houses in Tema Community 25, where I live. It took President Nana to complete all these houses. For 8 good years, the NDC left all these houses and other projects started by President Kufuor to rot. Now, when the table turned, you guys have the balls and guts to speak about abandoned houses. The NDC has no shame indeed. Obi, thank you very much for educating the NDC. They've refused to accept the fact that during COVID-19, the country's expenditure was against zero revenue generation for about 8 months. As a developing country, we should be very grateful for the current state of the economy. The NPP government is working extremely hard to improve the living conditions of Ghanaians. The legend Oda Eni. Where's the Obi? To borrow Honorable Alote Jacob's words about Dr. Baomia's quote, he is not tainted or dented. Simpliciter, the best to lead and the next to lead. Master Planner Junior or Kintampo Oda Eni. We say, okay, let me do this finally. Fusaini Salifu Kaswa Zongo. Also, why is it that the minority did not compare that of Mohammed's administration with the current administration? Ghana politics is now cheap. Meaning the comparison now respect somebody. But it's a good evening, Obi. I always hear from the NDC communicators that things were better during John Mohammed's time, and that makes the president Nana incompetent. But the truth is that if John Mahama and the NDC are to be in power by now, cement would have been sold for about 200 Ghana cedis, fuel 70 Ghana cedis a gallon, and would be even in scarce supply. And the cedi to dollar would have been bought for 30 Ghana cedis per dollar, and even none will be found in the banks. No more to the NDC and their flag bearer, John Dramani Mahama, Dublin or Amsterdam in Holland. Politicians Obi. He's complaining about taxes in place now, but he's forgotten his government also heaped taxes on us. They will do same again if given the chance to come to power. Joseph or Achimota ABC and Udiwe Abrain. Ma yen hwene yen toaso na ansana no Access Bank the achedian kwa promotion no ebrem de yen kan nyina ne se ye remitisi kama into foreign remittance ebia unua bi wa manone wasende uska once I have 500 Ghana this or more, and as I also Ghana I will send this car aqua manone or send 500 Ghana this or more edify any of these platforms. So Access Africa, Western Union, MoneyGram, RIA, ZPay, Unity Link and Express Pay. Ubetimi aji usika no Access Bank branch bia na ukoji usika na once I have 500 Ghana this and above, ye che wade kwa instant in the friend achede nkwa promotion ye cha de sa, and it's still on. I mean you go so ye che Kaisa Access Bank ewo 53 branches wo Ghana every weekday omo ye adwuma, weekends so some selected branches ye adwuma, and it's your number one remittance bank in Ghana at the moment. They say if a remittance say ukojiske obi dia send you from an nkwa there Access Bank was more than banking. The moment they say unso de ho ebeshim na bibie timi akoye. Na let me do this one afi memrana honorable and wrap up my Sukasa a affordable luxury housing scheme. Adani bi o East Legon Hills and eyi means a site udru ha obi onim Sukasa site bi abeka kire o ma dan F papa. You can see real luxury, quality finishing near solid min Canada. Now almost 3-bedroom units with an outhouse started from $97,500 or its prevalent CD equivalent. And your 4-bedroom unit with an outhouse and also $195,000 or its prevalent CD equivalent. Yes, sign or convenient payment terms. In doing this, Sukasa and Incomo 0302 960 865 0302 960 865. I said a macanoma dine F Papa Sukasa GH. We brutal. That's their handle on social media. Sukasa. Or say building on trust. Very, very, very important. Honorable
Obi enti mediwi no.
Yes.
I'm say yebesha say me say test be aka say expenditure a year during COVID time no.
Yes.
Other countries anya say expenditure no be, which is wrong. Even US and UK, we say na amount for food coupon. We are aware. A bit me $300. From 100 up to $400-500. They go shopping during COVID time.
Yes.
Engineer na COVID time they spend this amount for. But because I can say I said 8 months revenue was zero during COVID time. Who told him say revenue was zero? That time we could put na telcos cash in because of the lockdown. The amount for you online never be brave.
Yes.
they made a lot of profit. Though other sectors will be affected, but the beginning run is zero. Intimacy on revise say and he knows. Obrakoso can say, I want to know minority in the parliament celebrated 30th anniversary of democracy.
More around the country, more spend this car.
MPs, we are not part of parliamentary service. Elected members of parliament.
Yes.
We don't take decisions over there. Yeah, then they say, a buying name of the parliament, say a year loan, a year agreement, the TBN a year wajuma. Into you know, 4 years in the Swako. Into any pension be out by parliament, but staff no more pension. They different from parliamentary service.
And the parliamentary service back decides someone and like the decision to celebrate 30
parliamentary service board activity and your MP's activity. But what I say, but the
MPs can suggest say here the
decision
celebration
decision you take on to hobby, but that's what I am making suggestion.
That's what the too many.
We don't approve their budget. Our budget in the parliament and approve.
Sure.
But our decisions are not your board. Bank of Ghana sema yeke. Until we are part of the decision making.
The parliamentary service board includes the majority and the minority leaders.
They are just representing
the interest of MPs.
I don't know what is it again. You celebration be a parliamentary service in a year. Some MPs near can home near question but bineja ya person for be anom there. I don't know.
Only different.
Only a different. In terms budget then your budget. No, because you compare NDC 2016 any MPP. Ni pananti kroma say. But end of 2016. Ne desktop saying 120 billion.
Only you see the growth figures in the 3.6.
Growth media, you can use one item and take a decision. And then it's about 600 billion, a desktop. And then this interest payment is less than 10 billion. In the 2023 budget, we propose to 52 billion interest.
94.7.
No, like I'm no how until about your interest. And that is you quite make me. I notice say intimate to your 84 centimeter you can see you quite debt restriction. What is about food will chromosida? Inflation almost 15%. Many case about from crying 42%. Growth from Ocas and this is now 3.5. And they are doing 1.5% any year. It's what are they talking about? Debt to GDP ratio. No, you're saying 57%. And then Minoka say almost 104%. And not necessarily even cocoa bills in your consumer restructuring about 9.7 billion. Almost a month to year. Almost started to 2028. Cocoa bills because I'm a 4 for some young funny and kind of public debt. Eti ebase compare numbers in there obi MPP egu oman ni ma say chen aban bia ba wi aso omo so nya sika chen aban bia what is there to show twa kwan ya twa enwahia even greater Accra nkuro bi kwa hwe akwan ya twa enwahia na du bia isi poda na asem na ayetan kropo eti busia na wo bono de senka nya problem obi ababusia na ke de sesi ekuro
bia east omo ye mo kwan ma wade na
akwan be no mo ye
benchman kwanta ko
ahonya bia east
na say twem
enu bia is
the same road and nama ba eba isam debi so the same road
isam debi so nya bia
so be twem na ode aba
me fa go so mem kasapen
kwan ni nyenti na akofa ho na kwan ni ya so obefa isam debi so aba ho
kasapen kwan obi woka kwantimi ko kasapen kwahwe kwan ya da kasapen ko pick and 50 me ko nso nsi manfo ma fa sunyan doma nkran kwanta
sa
yes ben 9 west it is all kwa America
na efri efri esam de biso eko Osei kojo krom na kwan na nya papa
me da me fa so ache also nya me constituency me free de biso uko straight
ubetwem Osei kojo krom
da no Osei kojo krom aka left
okay
onu be fa esam na akọ uko straight me me was straight
okay
ntimen obi anya me kwan jo mama de ma contract nyina omo be no mo se omo be kokko de be sin de contractors
e do constituency third road ho
and this time ye kakra bi na no
constituency capital na ye de
adabokrum
sa
wonim ho
oh no minimum adabokrum na me western region even
wonim ho mo fi se Ghana ye nkran kuma se
enya adabokrum na ayi fi
Why?
Chairman Nana Toku enya double chrome no fi.
Nana Toku. Why yera?
Nana Toku fi double chrome.
Nana Toku fi takwa
apart from awodua, minim so fi awodua.
Ni bi bia ni double chrome.
O catch timer election na yi too big edu too. Ah, we catch am say obi ye win na me de wa komi chrome double chrome.
One thing ye. Bisa say for busia be mu wa double chrome. O from bia. Na ka panyi ti say Nana Toku nka ye bank o ma yi o. O from bia. Obi, this area no.
Yes.
Unibank, Capital Bank, Big Capital, Heritage Bank, any other banks Bank of Ghana. Every come lances no. They are some come for more. Or catch me at as say a bad corporate governance. And I then across all this. Or my default to a loans.
But at the time it was true. And
me can't be say some so.
Okay.
Heritage Bank podi or say agongo say do agongo say or say wakwaje contract okoko board na contract ni sika eno dey Equity Bank eno to revoke in last me was say that's what quarter in the new year. Look at these reasons. What go amount for bank eti wusu all these infractions governor enya with them reasons are really revoke ebimulances so no ebia na ato sisi the governor enya ne dey. I don't know if you are getting my point.
I get you, me too.
Because we say obi am family nya adwuma. Amount for deposit, o ma manage ni ye. Single obligatory limit. Say nipa ba kontimi nyi sika introduce a certain level. Any exposure buy into no. Because cover before transfer sika bi or the bi ekobi other ayi. The same thing or see where Pakosidium Bank. Yeah. Ukrosu ni nyina indigenous banks so. Na samra na wo apply a special deposit act na wo gina so and Bank of Ghana act I will take side decisions on and no na wo so what cause all this mess amount by Bank of Ghana a win negative equity of 55 billion na government dey say here no ne pam na say pam money ko fi obi we chinye be na wo ho where a difficult decision to take me ni so be adwuma pa de aboaye. But now the day, no, the actions and inactions, I'm a Bank of Ghana about 60.8 billion. A private business and Kobe can debate in Woho. That's so many coffee. Need competent people to come and handle affairs for us. Because Bank of Last Resort, not a bank, no, the liquidity in your answer. You want to hear him be on the befa. International market, yeah, must see a more business view. But be a need also condemn. Now we know say aban na ode bosi ode o ka 148 billion no we say America capitalize o bank offense can way and another day can say the worst decision we take is say me metua to because aban ko ade o ka 120 nipa o 120 ne ka we say akon we say onko pebusia information odwetire ma na wa obi asem ye ka kire hwan na bibi ofi a ngezi pe bi mi enkoto habayire aban de ka among for my bomb pensioners or something into or my head cut that's restructuring. Now, so I could not buy was a band Mamisika and from Bank of Ghana ye, the Equilabs Bank of Ghana. Now, who Tracy come up, but none of them say, you should also send a baby. Now, about 287.8 million there. I must say, I undisclosed expenditure. I want to tell them who expenses of my year. To no domain to man 2D. Into expenditure lines na ni nyina de odi Hong Kong de ni 287.8 million. Na Asempa betuma be Asempa financial a statement wa me ja say I betana bo show. Nti mama me am say a business as usual. Say but say MPP for can I is not going anywhere. It's about you and I obi. How no the minimum so obere tower ni salary. Governor no or retire or tifuko betua neka na me no ye judgment betua ka ofi yesu ne betua to no na boso so 120,000 allowances in count still want to manage Bank of Ghana ye nya na tena ho it's independent and absolute that chess or report to be at the moment I report to Minister of Finance and tell say we independent no our end point. Seka wo autonomous there obi apon cash in chameboa o report to mobia wa na you obi so de woto ye no adentin na wo de wo annual report ekuma Minister of Finance no so metama parliament na say upe bibia bra parliament dem approve o se me dem in parliament Into be I will host them net hono. Na yeka se yemfa ho a or how no ba to menu mi so. Nti we communal labor. E so bia de no ho jim. Enyam BC asem, enyam PP asem, Ghana asem.
Okay.
Ene yeka.
Honorable, mamena se na yemfancy. Ye be san so di nkomo bi nti 21 days from enne.
Yes.
More expected so the juma beto.
Yes. So oyobia or pasumdue non pe kai bia dia nke bedu ono ni ho. Na dia asumdue aba na tu akotwere bebe atwere.
Enye sare amone na ekọ na pepepe.
Ande de besi kroma na ebenya si. Options no so doors no table no so. Nti ehwema na yi ba kon be fete situation no na deploy.
Honorable Richard Achampon, MP for Bia East constituency in the Western North region, a member of the Finance Committee in Ghana's Parliament and the Local Government Committee. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Nana toku de no. That's where we are for now. Na yebeshena yetimi atwa, so there are some songs I yebeshena ya bwa mamo ansana yede dwumadi ni nyina ba awiye ene enti moma ye nyina ye nhye so very very fantastic songs. And let me see if we can play this song. It's a special song, a really really good song. That's